The smell of sweat and olive oil fills your nostrils as you emerge from the shadows of the ludus. The sound of clashing steel echoes through the air, growing louder with each step towards the training area. You're one of a dozen gladiators, about to face off against each other in the daily sparring session. Your opponent is the burly secutor, Gaius, who weighs in at 185 kilograms and stands over 6 feet tall. His eyes are fixed intently on you as he cracks his whip, its leather thongs flapping ominously. The air temperature outside is a scorching 32 degrees Celsius, but inside the arena it's just as hot, the sun beating down relentlessly through the translucent awning above. What if Gaius suddenly turns on you with a vicious kick? What if your opponent's armor isn't as battered and worn as it looks? What if, in this heat-soaked frenzy of steel and sweat, someone gets seriously hurt? If you're listening to this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these. Drop a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is. I read every single one. Your breath catches as Secutor charges towards you, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity that makes your skin crawl. You walk through the narrow streets of Rome, the sun beating down on your back, the smell of fresh bread wafting from a nearby bakery. You've been up since dawn, and the morning light has already begun to soften the stone buildings around you. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke and the distant tang of salt water carried in on the breeze. You make your way through the crowded streets, dodging pedestrians and carts as you go. Your destination is a small, nondescript building near the Forum Romanum, a ludus or gladiatorial training school. You've been here for years now, but it still feels strange to think of yourself as one of its residents. As you approach the entrance, a burly man steps out into your path. He's one of the trainers, his arms thick with muscle and his eyes narrowed against the sun. "Where are you off to?" he growls, eyeing you up and down. You hold up your hands in a gesture of surrender. "Just going for my breakfast," you say. The trainer snorts but steps aside, allowing you to pass. Inside, the ludus is already stirring, the sound of clanging metal, the murmur of conversation, the creaking of wooden beams as the building settles into its daily rhythm. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill your lungs, and make your way through the crowded corridors towards the kitchen. Breakfast in the ludus is not for the faint of stomach, a hearty stew made with whatever scraps are on hand, served with a chunk of stale bread and a wedge of cheese that's been hanging around since who knows when. You take your place at the table alongside several dozen other gladiators, exchanging brief greetings as you dig in. The cook, a gruff but kind-hearted woman named Aurelia, ladles out generous portions onto tin plates. "Eat up," she says, her voice like a tired sigh. "You've got a long day ahead of you." As you eat, your gaze wanders around the table at Marcus, a young Thracian who's still learning to handle his sword, at Gaius, an older veteran with scars that tell their own stories, and at Lucius, a quiet, reserved man from Gaul who's rumored to have fought in some of the biggest battles against the German tribes. You nod at them all as you eat. It's early days yet for most of these men, but they're already forming bonds that will last long after your time here is done. The food may not be fancy, but there's something almost homey about this table full of men who are learning to fight alongside one another. Once breakfast is out of the way, you and a few dozen others make their way down to the training area, a large courtyard surrounded by tiered seating for spectators, with a sandy floor and rows of wooden posts for practice swordplay. The sun beats down on your back as you stretch, feeling the familiar ache in your shoulders from yesterday's exercises. Your trainer, a grizzled old veteran named Cassius, stands at the front of the courtyard, surveying his charges like a farmer inspecting his crops. Today, he says, his voice carrying across the space, we're going to work on pugilism, that means boxing for you who don't speak Latin. He hands out pairs of opponents, assigning each one a partner and a training plan based on what's been observed in your past sessions. You watch as Marcus steps into the ring with Lucius, their eyes locked in a fierce stare-down before they launch themselves at one another. As you wait for your own turn to come up, you take stock of the surroundings, the walls adorned with faded battle scenes, the floor scarred from countless hours of training and practice. Even the air itself seems charged with energy. Every blow struck, every punch thrown, carries a quiet weight that hangs in the air like anticipation. When it's finally your turn to train, you face off against Gaius, one of the veterans who came through here years ago. He eyes you up and down before nodding curtly. "Let's see what you're made of," he says, cracking his knuckles in preparation for battle. The training session stretches on long after lunchtime has passed, with each pair rotating out to give others a chance to practice their technique. You've got a few close calls. Gaius lands one good hit that sends you stumbling back against the wall, but mostly it's just a blur of sweat and grunting as you all try to wear down your opponents. Eventually, Cassius blows his whistle for the last time, sending everyone scattering in search of restrooms, showers, or simply somewhere to collapse. You join the throng making its way towards the training area exit, where Orlia has set up a makeshift canteen for snacks and drinks on hot days like this. You grab an apple from the fruit bowl as you pass by, biting into it with relish after the exertion of your practice session. The juice drips down your chin as you watch Gaius disappear into one of the nearby rooms. Rumor has it that even in his 50s, he still goes through a full training cycle before every match. As you lick your fingers clean and make your way out into the bright sunlight once more, something catches your eye. A small stone tablet lies on a bench near the entrance to the ludus, its weathered surface bearing an inscription that reads, "The 19th of Quintilis, AD 87. Your gaze lingers for a moment before you turn and walk away from it. There's no particular significance attached to this date or any other in your daily life as a gladiator. Still, something about the worn stone seems out of place here, an anomaly amidst all these rough-hewn walls and battered wooden beams. Maybe someone left it behind by mistake. Or perhaps it serves some purpose you've yet to grasp. Whatever its story may be, for now at least, this small, forgotten tablet lies quietly among its brethren in the ludus's entrance hall. You step out of your quarters and into the morning air, wrapping a worn woolen cloak around your shoulders to ward off the chill. The sun hasn't yet climbed above the rooftops, but you can sense its approach in the softening shadows within the ludus. You've been training for months now, learning the intricacies of swordplay and hand-to-hand combat from the most seasoned gladiators. As you make your way to the central courtyard, the sounds of the day begin to stir, clanging metal, murmured conversations, and the occasional shout of a trainer as he works with his pupils. You take a deep breath, savoring the smell of damp stone, sweat, and fresh hay that permeates this place. You pass by the entrance hall where you spotted that small tablet earlier. It's still there, nestled between two larger stones in the threshold. The inscription on it appears to be some sort of code or message, a puzzle you've yet to crack. For now, it remains an enigma, quietly sitting among the other discarded items and forgotten trinkets. You continue towards the central courtyard where breakfast is being served. A mixture of bread, olives, cheese, and dried fruits are laid out on wooden platters near the kitchen's entrance. The air carries the scent of fresh-baked bread wafting from a nearby oven, mingling with the savory aroma of cooked meat. You notice one of your fellow gladiators, Marcus, standing by the food, carefully selecting small portions for his breakfast plate. His eyes scan the offerings before him as if searching for something specific. He's an experienced fighter from Thracia, known for his skill in handling large beasts and navigating tight spaces. Marcus takes a slice of bread and begins to tear it into manageable pieces, working them loose with his fingers like one would separate delicate strands of wool. His movements are economical, practiced by long habit rather than conscious effort. You wonder what's driving his precise attention to detail. Maybe he's trying to conserve energy or simply savor the meal. As you join him at the food table, the trainer for your gladiatorial cohort, Gaius, starts calling out breakfast hours and instructions in a thick, gravelly voice that sends ripples of quiet through the courtyard. Some gladiators hasten their pace, while others take more time to finish their meals or enjoy the early morning warmth. The atmosphere remains subdued, each fighter lost in their own thoughts as they prepare for another day's training. Gaius gestures toward a nearby stall where warm, spiced water is being served, likely to help alleviate any morning stiffness from previous day's exertions. You notice Marcus slipping into this line and joining the short queue of gladiators waiting for hot drinks. His plate seems nearly empty now. Perhaps he finished quickly or wasn't particularly hungry today. The remaining bread pieces lie scattered about, some crumbly fragments having fallen onto his tunic, a testament to his haste. The atmosphere shifts ever so slightly as more sunlight filters into the courtyard through newly opened skylights above. Shadows retreat from doorways and walls, casting an eerie glow on the gathered gladiators. As morning gradually unfolds its warmth, tension slowly dissolves in the midst of these early hours. As you follow Marcus to get your own drink, a gentle murmur starts building, softly spoken words as friends catch up or commiserate about last night's losses or victories. These murmurs grow louder yet remain contained within a subtle undertone. The morning still hasn't reached its full vibrancy. You wait in line behind Marcus and notice how his fingers absently scratch at the edge of his tunic, a habitual gesture you've seen him repeat often when nervous or deep in thought. His expression remains serious, perhaps even more so now than during actual fights. Once it's your turn for hot water, Gaius gestures toward a nearby table where breakfast portions are being assembled by one of the Ludus cooks, Lucius. He seems efficient but not particularly energetic this morning, working with an air of quiet focus as he arranges his offerings on wooden platters. You glance over at Marcus and notice that while many gladiators hurry to start their training regimen as soon as possible, he lingers near the food table for a few extra moments. It almost seems out of character. Perhaps today's schedule is particularly grueling. His eyes flicker between Gaius' instructions and your own brief conversation about breakfast. Marcus takes another sip from his cup before joining you in line to receive their day's ration. The cook, Lucius, efficiently dispenses the carefully prepared portions while offering minimal conversation beyond asking if everything meets with their approval, a perfunctory routine designed for efficiency rather than cordiality. The serving of hot food is accompanied by a mixture of gruff instructions and murmured good mornings from Gaius. The air fills once more as gladiators begin to disperse toward the training areas, some heading straight into mock battles, while others engage in individual drills or stretching exercises under their trainer's watchful eye. Marcus pauses momentarily near the food table before catching your attention with a nod and turning towards his assigned training area, an indication that he'll likely be joining those participating in more intense combat simulations today. Marcus walks past you, his eyes fixed on a nearby Lanista who's busy arranging wooden shields and practice swords for the morning's training session. The sunlight streaming through the large windows of the ludus casts an eerie glow over the bustling scene. Dust motes dance in the air as people move about, their conversations punctuated by clanging metal and shouted instructions. You notice Marcus is wearing a well-worn leather apron over his tunic today, which means he's likely been tasked with cleaning up after last night's festivities. The smell of stale wine and sweat still lingers on him, carried over from the previous evening's games, no doubt an unpleasant souvenir for someone in training. As Marcus approaches the Lanista, you catch a glimpse of his hands, stained with yesterday's dinner residue. He hasn't had time to scrub them yet. It's become second nature to eat and train without bothering to clean up between sessions. Today is shaping up to be one of those days, no break for lunch before heading straight into combat drills. Marcus begins to help the Lanista set out equipment, their banter flowing easily as they discuss the upcoming games in Greece. You overhear a snippet about Marcus's current ranking within his class and how he might face an opponent from Sparta soon. Their conversation is peppered with references to specific matches won or lost by various gladiators over the years, enough for you to piece together that this year will be different, though. Marcus pauses momentarily near the food table before catching your attention with a nod and turning towards his assigned training area, an indication he'll likely be joining those participating in more intense combat simulations today. He heads through the rows of wooden benches and turns left into the shaded courtyard beyond the main hall's windows. The soft thud of his footsteps is almost immediately drowned out by the clash of metal on shields, echoing off the courtyard walls. As you watch Marcus disappear from view, your gaze drifts toward a nearby stall that sells various perfumes and scented oils to gladiators preparing for games in distant cities. A sign above it reads, "Cubiculum's finest made with care by Ursula." Today, like most days, the smell of rose petals wafts through the air from this very spot. Ursula herself is a stout woman with hands stained darker than Marcus's apron, her dark hair pulled back into an untidy knot at the nape of her neck. She stands behind her stall, carefully measuring out ingredients for another batch of perfume using delicate glass vials and small scales on a wooden board in front of her. You've seen Ursula several times before, but it's rare to see her actively creating scented oils. She usually focuses on selling pre-made concoctions or providing advice. Her wares are highly sought after by gladiators who want to distinguish themselves with unique fragrances at public games. Cubiculum is one of the only perfumeries in Rome that caters specifically to their needs. Ursula looks up as you approach her stall, taking a moment to straighten her tunic before speaking. Her tone is friendly but guarded. She doesn't often engage in idle conversation with those not directly connected to her business or the Ludus inner workings. Yet there's something about your presence today that puts her at ease enough for her to continue preparing her ingredients without immediate distraction. As you glance over her stall, the shelves are cluttered with jars filled with various scented oils. Rosewater and jasmine oil sit alongside what appears to be a more pungent mixture of herbs. The air is thick with these smells: sandalwood, frankincense, myrrh. So many that they blend together into an overwhelming whole. The date on the stone above Ursula's stall reads 15th kalends of April, which would make it around late March or early April, depending on the year. It seems unusual for a perfumer to be creating new scents during this time, especially given how busy gladiators are with training right now. You find yourself pondering what Ursula might be doing differently today than usual. Perhaps something has changed in her supply chain, or she's experimenting with new ingredients. Whatever it is, the results will likely be interesting. Gladiators have a keen sense of smell and won't settle for anything less than perfection when choosing their fragrances. Ursula notices your interest and catches up to you as you examine one particularly enticing blend. That particular scent, she says softly, is made from equal parts myrrh and rose petals. Some say it's an excellent choice for those who want a calming effect without being too overpowering. Her eyes flicker toward the courtyard where Marcus is now part of the combat simulation group. You sense that perhaps this conversation might be more than just about perfume. The sounds in the ludus intensify as gladiators become more active with their training. Wooden shields clash against swords, and men grapple one another to practice holds. Amidst all this noise, Ursula leans closer to whisper, "Tell me something. Have you noticed any unusual smells lately?" Her tone is nonchalant, but there's a hint of genuine concern beneath the surface. In fact, it seems like everyone in the Ludus has been discussing an off note that's begun to linger around their quarters. People attribute different causes for this new smell: a blocked drain, stale air from improperly ventilated rooms, or something more sinister. It's hard to imagine anything as mundane as drainage being at fault, given how much time is spent cleaning and scrubbing down the facilities. Yet when you recall last night's dinner and Marcus's stained hands, perhaps it all started with an incident that occurred just before dawn near where they serve meals. The memory of that day begins to resurface. A faint whiff of something acrid carried on the morning breeze, one or two gladiators mentioning having seen someone rummaging through trash cans late at night. As you ponder this further with Ursula, who seems genuinely puzzled by these events, Marcus returns from his training session, slightly out of breath and carrying a fresh bucket of water to clean up after the workout. For now, though, it's just another day in the Ludus, nothing too unusual, yet somehow everything feels off-kilter. The morning wears on as gladiators take their turns with combat drills or practice for upcoming matches. Marcus is among those chosen for a more rigorous session today. You watch from afar as he throws himself into mock battles with fellow gladiators. Amidst all this intensity and sweat, the sounds of clashing shields, grunts of effort, It's almost impossible not to get caught up in their determination. It seems that even amidst these mundane daily routines, training sessions, meals, conversations about fragrances and cleaning, life as a Roman gladiator has its own peculiar rhythms. There is, after all, something captivating about observing how each day blends together with the last. One small incident builds upon another until they weave into an intricate tapestry of human experience. You continue to observe Marcus and his peers through the morning's ebb and flow. Nothing too dramatic unfolds, just people going through their routines in preparation for a distant life. The sun beats down upon the Forum Romanum's stone pavement, casting a warm glow over the bustling crowds. You notice Marcus, one of your acquaintances from the Ludus, strolling through the forum with an air of nonchalance that belies his profession as a gladiator. He passes by the Temple of Saturn, its imposing facade a testament to Rome's grandeur. Marcus stops in front of a fruit vendor, whose wares are laid out on a colorful array of cloths and baskets. The scent of fresh berries wafts through the air, enticing you with promises of sweetness. Marcus selects an apple from the bunch, takes a bite, and then continues his stroll. You watch as he disappears into the throng. You remember that in recent months, there has been talk among the gladiators about sandals being banned within the city limits. This edict was apparently issued by Emperor Claudius himself, citing concerns over public decency. The rationale behind this decision is not entirely clear to you. Perhaps it's a nod towards Greek fashion or an attempt to showcase Rome's more refined sensibilities. As you ponder this development, your attention turns to the nearby Thermopolis, where people are gathering for their morning repast. You join them in line, exchanging greetings with some of the other patrons as you wait for your turn. The air inside is thick with the smell of cooking oil and yesterday's bread, which still lingers on the countertops. The proprietor, a stout woman named Aurelia, greets each customer by name as she hands out steaming cups of Posca diluted vinegar that serves as the beverage of choice among the lower classes. She ladles out portions of panis focaccius, small, flat loaves made from coarse wheat flour and water. As you take your seat at a nearby bench, the sounds of conversation and sizzling meat fill the air. You notice that many people are wearing shoes now. Sandals were indeed officially banned last month, following Emperor Claudius's edict. Some patrons seem to be adapting quickly to this new norm, while others appear puzzled by the requirement. To your left sits a young woman named Livia, who introduces herself with a friendly smile as she hands you a chunk of focaccius and some wine-soaked bread scraps for dipping into her pasca. You chat about the weather, a mellow spring morning that's slowly giving way to the promise of another sweltering summer day. As your conversation flows on, Aurelia begins serving out portions of cerealia, a thin soup made from wheat flour and olive oil, accompanied by some scraps of yesterday's bread for dipping. You dip into this mixture with relish, enjoying its slightly oily texture. Livia leans in to share more about the local gossip. It appears that several prominent citizens have been arguing over issues related to public sanitation within the city walls. Some are calling for improvements to be made before the upcoming Ludi Romani festival, which promises to draw massive crowds and raise concerns about hygiene. You nod sympathetically as you take another bite of your focaccius, listening intently while trying not to get too caught up in the local politics. Your own life is simpler, focused on training with Marcus and his fellow gladiators at the Ludus. Yet it's intriguing to glimpse this aspect of Roman society, where civic duties seem just as pressing a concern for those outside your world. As you finish your meal and prepare to leave, Livia mentions something about the latest news from the theater, an upcoming performance featuring a celebrated poet named Martial, someone you've heard discussed in hushed tones among the gladiators. His style is said to be biting yet elegant, using everyday language to tackle grand themes. You bid farewell to your new acquaintance and step out into the bright sunlight once more. The day ahead promises nothing too dramatic, just another routine training session at the Ludus, where Marcus will likely grumble good-naturedly about his sandal-less feet. Walking through the winding streets of Rome, you notice how some passers-by glance at your shoes with curiosity or amusement. You realize that sandals are not only a fashion statement, but also serve as an indicator of social standing. People from lower backgrounds often go barefoot as a practical measure to save money on footwear. As you approach the Ludus, you catch sight of Marcus practicing his movements in front of one of the training instructors. His eyes flicker towards your feet, and for an instant he looks almost disappointed that you're wearing shoes, but then his expression shifts back into its usual stoicism. You arrive at a clearing near the nearby baths, where several young gladiators are gathered to practice their swordplay under the watchful eye of Marcus's instructor. The group includes a few novices who have yet to make it onto the arena floor, and some seasoned veterans like Marcus himself. Your attention turns back towards your feet as you join in the training session, observing how Marcus moves fluidly around the area with an air of practiced ease, the opposite end of the spectrum from his earlier hesitation about wearing shoes. You find yourself standing alongside Marcus in a dusty training yard, surrounded by the hum of sweat-drenched bodies and the staccato beat of mallets on wooden shields. The air reeks of salted meat, olive oil, and something faintly metallic, the scent of worn armor and damp leather. Marcus bends to grab his shield from where it's leaning against a nearby pillar, the curve of his back gleaming with sweat as he stretches. You watch him closely, noticing how his eyes flicker briefly towards you before refocusing on the task at hand, adjusting the strap that holds his gladius in place. The other ludi around you are more intent on their own practice routines. A few are engaged in mock battles, while others focus on perfecting their footwork or honing their swordplay. You're not quite sure how long it's been since training began, but your feet ache from the constant movement and attention to detail. As Marcus straightens up, he catches your eye once more before turning back towards his instructor, a grizzled veteran named Gaius who stands with an air of imposing stillness amidst all the chaos. The sun beats down on you, relentless in its intensity. You squint slightly as you take in the scene unfolding around you. Marcus's helmet hangs from a nearby hook, and he glances at it before giving a quick nod to Gaius. With that brief exchange, Marcus launches into another series of fluid movements, his sword arcing through imaginary foes with deadly precision. You follow his every step, your own feet moving in time as you try to absorb the nuances of each attack. A nearby section of the training yard is cordoned off for a different group of ludi, those specializing in naumatia, or naval battles reenacted on dry land. Their practice involves wooden ships and ropes, which thump against the ground with every gentle wave generated by their efforts. Water drums are used to simulate the sound of waves crashing, creating an eerie cacophony that seems at odds with the more intense swordplay happening elsewhere in the yard. The soundscape is a complex tapestry, sweat-drenched grunting from ludi as they clash, rhythmic thudding from the water drums, and Gaius's curt instructions punctuating everything. The air thickens with heat, heavy with the scent of worn leather and dust kicked up by all this movement. Marcus catches your eye again for a moment before shifting his attention back to Gaius. You notice how the ludi instructor holds himself slightly apart from the action, an unobtrusive observer who still maintains control over everyone's movements through sheer force of will. There's something almost paternal about Gaius, even if he doesn't seem too inclined towards indulging emotions. One particularly awkward-looking trainee stumbles past you while struggling to balance a wooden sword on his shoulder. It looks like the thing is 2 sizes too big for him. You watch as he trips over his own feet and almost goes tumbling into the nearby water drums, but catches himself at the last second with a muttered curse. Marcus pauses mid-sentence during an explanation of tactics from Gaius to give you a wry glance. It's clear even in this fleeting moment that there's something between him and this awkward ludi. The trainee tries again with his sword, stumbling through another series of haphazard movements before finally managing to balance the unwieldy thing. While everyone else focuses on their respective practice routines, you can't help but notice how Gaius remains detached from it all, a steadfast presence who watches over everything unfolding in front of him. When Marcus makes an error with his footing during one particularly tricky maneuver, Gaius's expression darkens for an instant before relaxing back into its usual stoicism. Gaius takes note of the trainee struggling to balance that giant wooden sword and steps forward, speaking in a low tone as he offers words of encouragement, guiding him through each step with measured care. The awkward ludi seems on edge at first, but eventually responds well to Gaius's patient approach. Marcus picks up his practice where it left off after this brief interruption, gradually building towards more complex maneuvers that require precision and strength from everyone involved, the other trainees around you responding in kind by adjusting their own movements according to Marcus's fluid transitions. Sweat drips onto your armor as you watch him move with an air of practiced ease. Your focus lingers on Gaius for a moment longer, observing how he guides his charges through the intricacies of combat without ever raising his voice or disrupting anyone else's flow, just steady, measured guidance delivered in hushed tones that barely carry over to the rest of you. You start to realize why Marcus chose this particular instructor when deciding on their training. The water drums fall silent as a nearby group finishes up for the day and begins packing away their equipment. The thud-thud-thud of mallets against wooden shields starts anew, growing louder with each passing moment, an indication that the session is coming to its end soon. Gaius gives one last nod before moving over towards Marcus, speaking softly as they discuss something in hushed tones. It looks like their conversation revolves around a specific issue or challenge within training that needs addressing. You follow along silently as you continue observing from your vantage point, noticing how Gaius seems to draw out the finer points of each strategy and technique for everyone's benefit. The morning sun casts long shadows across the training yard by now, stretching towards a late start on what promises to be another sweltering day in this furnace-like environment. Sweat clings stubbornly to your skin as you take deep breaths. An odd sort of calm washes over you with each passing moment, despite all these intense movements and grueling routines that would be jarring under any other circumstances. A small crowd gathers near the training yards, edge as word begins circulating about Marcus, having been paired up against some seasoned opponents for a practice bout soon. Interest peaked among everyone in attendance, murmurs spread like wildfire through the Ludi ranks, though nothing is said out loud that might disturb Gaius or any other instructor. Marcus catches your eye once more and gives you a hint of a smile before turning back towards his instruction session with renewed focus. The training yard erupts into chaotic yet methodical movement, each participant engaged in their own specific task as if part of some grand symphony. The sun beats down on your shoulders, its warmth seeping into your tunic as you move through the training yard with practiced ease. The smell of sweat and leather fills the air, mingling with the scent of fresh bread wafting from a nearby vendor's stall. You've been at this for what feels like hours. Drills, exercises, and mock battles have become second nature to you now. To your left, Marcus is practicing his swordplay against a dummy made of straw and wood. The clang of metal on the wooden pole echoes through the yard as he strikes again and again, each blow precise and calculated. His opponent for today's bout, a young man named Gaius, watches intently from the sidelines, making mental notes on how to improve his own technique. Meanwhile, you've been tasked with running laps around the perimeter of the training area. Your footsteps pound against the stone pavement in a steady rhythm as you weave past other gladiators going about their business. Some are practicing hand-to-hand combat, while others take turns sparring with each other using wooden shields and swords. You pass by the makeshift barriers that separate different areas, catching glimpses of instructors shouting encouragement to students who struggle. Time seems to lose all meaning in these hours-long sessions. The sun reaches its peak in the sky before dipping low enough for a brief respite, during which you grab something to eat or drink from one of the nearby vendors. Today's food consists of stale bread, scraps of dried meat, and a few olives, nothing particularly appetizing but filling nonetheless. As you run past the edge of the training area, a commotion catches your eye near the main entrance. A new recruit is standing outside, looking frazzled as he tries to make sense of everything happening around him. One of the veteran gladiators approaches him with an air of superiority and begins explaining something about armor and drills. You catch snippets of their conversation, something about a Sulla stone bearing an inscription that implies this young man might actually have some fighting skills. Curiosity piqued, you slow your pace to eavesdrop on the conversation without appearing too interested. The veteran gladiator seems genuinely puzzled by the recruit's attempts to learn at such a breakneck speed. As he talks, his words hang in the air like dust particles floating after an earthquake. Nothing quite settles as expected. Your run continues uninterrupted. You don't want to stick out for attention or cause unnecessary commotion within the training yard. But something catches your eye. That same Sulla stone has been mentioned multiple times during conversations today, and it's starting to seem suspiciously relevant. The sun is beginning its slow descent when you finish another lap around the perimeter of the area. The atmosphere shifts subtly. The air grows thick with anticipation as instructors prepare for more intense training sessions or mock battles scheduled later in the day. Some gladiators have already begun practicing their moves with shields and swords, while others pair off to spar using wooden sticks instead. Amidst this flurry, you find yourself strolling over toward Marcus, who's now resting against a nearby pillar, trying to catch his breath after an intense bout of sparring earlier in the day. His eyes flicker up at your approach before he grunts out something about being too old for such nonsense and mutters under his breath, as if complaining about some personal misfortune rather than acknowledging exhaustion. You sit down beside him without much fanfare, resting your own elbows on knees to observe an instructor nearby carefully examining a gladiator's footwork during mock battle maneuvers. That particular gladiator is known for being quite agile. Quick reflexes make all the difference between winning and losing in situations like these. Marcus notices you looking over at the instruction taking place, turns back toward his own thoughts as if trying to shake off some lingering fatigue or frustration from earlier events within the training yard today. You continue observing those engaged in more intense drills nearby, while he mutters softly about being too much of a veteran for such strenuous activities. It's not long before Gaius takes over from Marcus, attempting various techniques and strategies on his dummy to perfect them for future battles, or even just ordinary gladiatorial contests scheduled at public arenas around Rome. You watch closely as you're reminded how tiring all this back and forth can be, though such repetition does bring about tangible improvements. Marcus rises with a weary expression that says more than any words ever could, ambles toward the edge of the training area where fresh bread is being handed out to those who need it. You decide not to join him yet, instead opting for your own break before diving into another set of drills, or perhaps watching other gladiators from varying backgrounds and skill levels engage in mock battles. That's when you notice something peculiar. An ordinary-looking scribe huddled near the edge of the training area, scribbling furiously with a reed pen on parchment. It looks like he's transcribing notes, but what could be so interesting about gladiatorial combat that it warrants such detailed documentation? The scribbled notes lie scattered across the desk, a jumble of symbols and abbreviations that make no sense to anyone but their owner. Lucius Felix, the scribe tasked with recording the gladiatorial bouts for the sake of posterity, sits hunched over his parchment, quill poised in midair as he ponders what he's just written. You find yourself standing nearby, curiosity getting the better of you as you lean in to take a closer look. The flickering torchlight casts eerie shadows on the walls, making it seem like the very stones are watching your every move. Felix, oblivious to your presence, mutters to himself and scribbles another note, perhaps a particularly vicious blow struck by a gladiator named Atticus. As you breathe in, you're hit with the pungent smell of fresh ink and something else, sweat. Lots of it. You look around and notice that Felix is sitting on a narrow stool, his feet planted firmly on either side of a small tub filled with something. A glance down reveals a thick layer of what looks suspiciously like dried mud. You raise an eyebrow in confusion. Why would anyone keep their shoes on when they're working at a desk? It's not as if the floor is particularly dirty. You've seen cleaner streets outside the city gates. But Felix seems completely nonchalant about it, his focus fixed intently on the parchment as he continues to scribble away. You remember hearing that the date on this particular stone, yes, there's one nearby with a faint inscription of what looks like 87 AD, might be incorrect by several years. What if everything else is wrong too? What if Felix here has been recording events for an entirely different purpose than just chronicling gladiatorial combat? The sound of shuffling footsteps echoes from the hallway outside, signaling the arrival of someone with a task or a request. You glance at Felix, who looks up momentarily before refocusing on his work. The newcomer, another scribe by the look of him, approaches cautiously, hand extended in greeting. Felix doesn't seem particularly interested. He merely acknowledges the newcomer's presence and returns to scribbling away with renewed intensity. The second scribe hesitates for a moment, then sets down a small clay vessel containing what appears to be a breakfast dish. Warm bread, some leftover vegetables, maybe even an anchovy or two. You remember that Felix had mentioned something about needing a new supply of ink. Perhaps this delivery has been made in anticipation. You watch as the second scribe carefully sets aside the food, clearing a space for, well, you're not entirely sure what. The mud tub seems to be getting more attention than the actual task at hand. As you continue observing, you start to piece together why Felix might have chosen this particular location and time of day for his work. It's early morning still. Outside, vendors are starting to set up their stalls while the city is slowly stirring from its slumber. You hear muffled sounds of hammering on metal coming from deeper within the complex. Felix now pauses in mid-scribble, gazing intently at a particular passage as if lost in thought. The second scribe lingers nearby, clearly unsure how to proceed with his delivery. It's almost like they're waiting for something. You notice that Felix is sitting on an uneven stool, one leg slightly shorter than the other, and there are two small stones wedged into either side of it. You wonder if this might be some sort of makeshift fix or a deliberate design choice. A faint scratching noise comes from outside. Someone's sharpening blades in preparation for today's training sessions. As you ponder what kind of equipment Felix would need to do his work, your gaze drifts towards the nearby stack of scrolls and parchments, tied with twine and labeled with cryptic symbols. You recall reading somewhere that many scribes were skilled not only in recording events, but also in deciphering complex codes, which might explain why these specific texts are kept separate from more mundane documents. Perhaps there's something encoded within them, waiting to be uncovered. The air is thickening with the scent of burning wood and roasting bread. Breakfast will soon be served elsewhere in the complex. Felix seems oblivious to it all, his focus solely on unraveling some hidden meaning buried deep within the pages. As you stand there, you become aware that someone, likely one of the other scribes or a low-ranking official, has begun distributing food and drink to various workstations around the area. The sound carries over from outside, people murmuring, utensils clinking against plates. It's almost as if they're competing for attention. The nearby stones seem to be absorbing the torchlight in an odd way. It creates a disorienting effect that makes you question what's real and what's just your imagination running wild. You feel a strange, tingling sensation on the back of your neck, or maybe that's just the early morning chill seeping into your bones. As Felix reaches for another quill, his fingers brush against something sticky. He looks down to find a splatter of honey on one of his shoes left over from last night's dinner. He absently wipes it off with the hem of his tunic. In this hushed environment where people are going about their day, you're struck by how many tiny details can easily be overlooked in favor of grander narratives or more sensational stories. Yet here you stand, witnessing something utterly mundane yet strangely captivating, like watching paint dry on a fresco wall. The second scribe glances around nervously before clearing his throat to announce that he's come with the ink Felix requested. However, there seems to be some issue with it. The label indicates it came from an unusual source in the countryside. Could this have any bearing on their work? Felix looks up momentarily at the interruption, but refocuses almost immediately. You catch him stealing a glance at his mud-encrusted shoes. Perhaps he's wondering how something so mundane can be tied to such grand events as gladiatorial combat. As you ponder what else might connect these everyday moments with the historical context, your attention drifts back towards Felix and his work. It looks like he's transcribing notes again. But what could be so interesting about gladiatorial combat that it warrants such detailed documentation? You begin to piece together fragments of conversations heard elsewhere in the complex, whispers about unusual tactics employed during battles, or a recent discovery related to an ancient mythological figure. These scraps are probably nothing more than rumors, yet they add another layer to your growing understanding of life as a Roman gladiator. It's not all grandeur and glory. You've caught glimpses of frustration on the faces of those who train these fighters. Perhaps it's because their skills won't be remembered beyond this lifetime. The legacy lives through records like Felix's, documenting every detail so that history can paint its own vivid picture. You've been walking alongside Felix for what feels like an eternity. His training schedule has no mercy on time, after all, and today's agenda promised to be a grueling one. Morning drills with Scaro, followed by sword practice against the unyielding Gaius, then some much-needed oil baths to soothe those strained muscles. The air is alive with the scent of freshly baked pannies focacious wafting from the nearby Thermopolis. It's a good thing your stomach has learned to anticipate these moments. You've come to rely on that first taste of warm bread, the crunch giving way to softness as you take a bite. Gaius is already in position when Felix arrives at the ludus. You notice he's wearing his usual grim expression, though it does seem slightly more pronounced today. Could be something to do with last night's dinner. The memory lingers. Gaius insisted on trying that new recipe from the imperial kitchens. Let's just say the combination of pheasant and olives left him less than enthused. The training session begins without much fanfare, Scaro barking out orders as Felix starts to run through his drills with a renewed sense of purpose. You watch as he executes each move flawlessly, no surprise there. This is the same man who once bested that infamous gladiator, Verminus, in a bout that went on for what felt like an eternity under the blazing sun. Still, it's during these quieter moments between drills that you notice the smallest of details. Gaius's armor seems slightly more polished than usual. Perhaps he spent some time last night fine-tuning his equipment. Or maybe, just maybe, someone was kind enough to offer a refresher course in leatherworking. Scaro does have connections with various artisans throughout the city. As Felix starts practicing sword techniques against Gaius, you can't help but think about all those hours he spent honing these skills. The rhythmic clang of steel on metal echoes through the ludus. It's almost soothing, a symphony that blends sweat and toil into something almost beautiful. Not quite yet, there are still too many variables at play. Scarrow approaches you as Felix takes his final break before resuming training with Gaius. You know he won't be needing the usual wine after this session, Scarrow mentions in a low tone, eyes scanning around to ensure no one's within earshot. You raise an eyebrow. It's not uncommon for gladiators to drink their weight in vino during celebrations or after a particularly grueling match. But you sense there's more to this than just the usual pre-bout routine. Apparently, some of the other fighters have been complaining about Felix's recent wine intake. It seems they've taken issue with his tendency to go through entire amphorae by himself in one sitting. Now Scarrow wants him to focus on something, anything else during those downtime hours. The idea that you'd ever associate such a stalwart, proud warrior like Gaius with the notion of taking care is almost amusing. Your gaze drifts back to Felix as he begins his final drills against Gaius. It's funny how people can be so oblivious to their own peculiarities. After all, it takes an outsider, someone not yet jaded by years in this world of sweat and steel, to appreciate the little things. Like Scarrow carefully placing a small jug on Felix's training table, as if daring anyone to question his motives. The practice session slowly winds down with Scarrow giving the usual reminders about tomorrow's matches. You remember how he used to get so worked up whenever new opponents were announced. Now it seems more practical, almost detached, perhaps that comes from being around these warriors for too long. One thing remains certain. Come morning, Felix will be out there again, fighting, and Scarrow won't rest until every detail is accounted for. After the final bell rings, signaling an end to training, you join the exodus of fighters and staff making their way towards the nearest Thermopolis. There's something surreal about watching people wash off sweat and grime after a long day. It feels almost intimate, as if sharing in this momentary vulnerability allows for connections to form across what would otherwise seem like insurmountable chasms. You grab your own pannies focacious from the Thermopolis counter, joining the steady stream of patrons shuffling along. There's Marcus, the latrine attendant, regaling a group with tales of last night's dinner, or at least, as much detail as his usually taciturn nature allows. Even he can't resist sharing that infamous incident involving Gaius and those aforementioned pheasants. Gaius spots you from across the room and ambles over, accepting a small piece of bread without comment. You've learned to appreciate these quiet moments with him. They're almost as rare as Felix's offhand remark about wine earlier that day. The sun begins its descent beyond the horizon, casting long shadows throughout the Ludus grounds. It feels like hours since you last noticed it. Time has a way of blurring together in this world where every passing moment holds so much weight. The scent of sweat and sandalwood wafts through the air, carried on the whispers of fellow gladiators as they prepare for another day's training. You stand in line, awaiting your turn to don the mask that will conceal half your face from prying eyes. The Lanista, your trainer, gestures towards a wooden crate overflowing with an assortment of cosmetics. Today we focus on the art of coloration, he declares, his voice firm but measured. A skilled gladiator is not just one who wields a sword or shields himself from harm. He must also know how to present himself to the masses. As you wait your turn, your gaze wanders over the colorful array within the crate. The assortment of pigments and powders seems almost baroque. You've seen men with more refined features than yours adorn themselves with elaborate designs that would make a skilled painter proud. There's no denying it. This is an art form as much as a tool for intimidation. Your eyes settle on a particularly fetching shade of crimson, one that might complement your dark skin tone without overpowering it entirely. You've seen some gladiators go too bold with their makeup, ending up looking more like painted effigies than battle-hardened warriors. The Lannister catches you eyeing the color and nods in approval. "Ah, yes," he says. "That particular hue is a favorite of mine as well. We must make sure our faces tell a story worthy of our names." You take your turn at the crate, carefully selecting the desired pigment from its respective container. The Lannister demonstrates how to mix it with just the right amount of powder and water before applying it to your face with delicate strokes. It's an art that requires great patience, he explains as you practice making smooth lines without smudging or streaking. The goal is not merely to cover blemishes, but to create a look that exudes power, confidence, and perhaps even a hint of mystery. You work on creating the perfect balance between boldness and restraint, trying out different techniques until the Lannister deems your handiwork acceptable. "Good," he says, studying you with an eye for detail. "Now let us proceed to the next step, creating the illusion of depth and dimension." With a few deft strokes, he begins outlining subtle shadows around your features, more art than science at this point. You watch intently as his fingers dance across your skin. "See how I'm using dark shades on the areas where light would naturally fall." The Lannister's hands move swiftly yet precisely. This creates an optical illusion that makes you appear more chiseled, stronger. You nod attentively as he works his magic with a small brush and some powdered red ochre. When finished, your face seems darker somehow, not merely because of the shadows cast upon it, but due to an almost imperceptible shift in perspective. "Your turn," he says, stepping aside for you to attempt replication. You try mimicking his strokes with a steady hand and gentle touch, adding just enough powder here and there until you achieve an effect eerily similar to what the Lannister created earlier. There's something mesmerizing about watching how simple alterations can completely transform your appearance, almost as if each pigment has its own distinct personality waiting to be awakened by deft application. You continue working alongside him for several hours, gradually honing in on perfecting this enigmatic art form. Time slips away unnoticed during these sessions. The world outside seems more muffled now than before. Distant sounds receding into an almost soothing background hum as you immerse yourself deeper within the intricate dance of colors and textures. It feels almost therapeutic to lose oneself in such creative pursuit, especially when paired with sweat-drenched training exercises. Eventually, your task is interrupted by a herald announcing lunchtime, a welcome respite from relentless physical exertion and artistic expression alike. As you join fellow gladiators in the dining hall, conversation centers around yesterday's games. Some speculate about potential alliances between rival factions vying for power within the arena. Others focus on an upcoming spectacle featuring exotic beasts from far-off lands, beasts rumored to possess abilities both fascinating and terrifying. At your own table, discussions turn more personal. Sharing experiences with recent injuries sustained during training sessions or trading stories of misadventures in the city outside these walls. Your gaze drifts across the room as you listen. Nearby, a young gladiator named Marcus struggles to conceal his discomfort after an awkward encounter at breakfast. He's visibly flustered by being seated next to one of your Lannisters' more unsettling students, someone notorious for playing pranks on fellow combatants. You chuckle inwardly upon observing this familiar dynamic. It never gets old watching people stumble through these complexities. Sometimes you wonder if anyone has ever mastered the art of navigating human relationships within such a strict hierarchy as ours. On your right sits Gaius, an older veteran with battle scars etched into his skin and hairline, someone who's likely been around long enough to remember when this entire system operated differently. He glances at you sidelong before speaking up about his own experiences during recent battles against the Sarmatians, gruesome anecdotes of fallen comrades that serve as reminders of how easily lives can change. The Lannister joins your table, surveying conversation with a knowing gaze, likely sizing up any gossip he might pick up for later use. "Well, enough chatter," he says finally, breaking into discussions. "You all have the afternoon free. Take some time to rest or engage in personal activities." Some gladiators nod and disperse immediately while others linger around the table or start engaging in friendly banter with their trainers. As you stand up from your chair, feeling a bit lightheaded due to recent exertion, Gaius leans over to whisper something about an impending sandstorm, an event predicted by local seers that might cause disruptions within the city come evening. It's not immediately clear whether he believes these omens or simply likes keeping you informed. Your thoughts drift back toward this seemingly mundane yet fascinating world where everything from battle strategies to cosmetics holds significance, where one misstep can result in more than just embarrassment but actual danger, all set against a backdrop of politics and power struggles that seem almost as intricate as the makeup routine itself. The sun casts a warm glow on your skin as you step out of your laneway home, the scent of freshly baked pannies focaccious wafting through the air, drawing you toward the nearby Thermopolis. Your stomach growls in anticipation. After all, it's been a while since breakfast. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool morning air fill your lungs as you begin to walk. To your left stands the imposing figure of Marcus Fabius, one of the Lannisti who train gladiators for combat. He watches with an unblinking gaze as his pupils engage in mock battles within the nearby ludus. His eyes narrow slightly. He's not pleased about something. You wonder what it might be. As you make your way through the crowded streets, the din of vendors calling out their wares and pedestrians arguing over prices fills the air. People jostle each other on either side of the laneway, an old man trying to dodge a young child running after him with a ball, two women engaged in heated conversation about the latest gossip from one of the imperial palaces. You weave through this chaos, eventually finding yourself at the Thermopolis where your breakfast awaits. The owner greets you warmly and hands over a steaming plate piled high with bread, olives, and cured meat. You take a bite, it's still warm just as promised. For a moment, all distractions fade into the background until a commotion breaks out outside. A young gladiator, no more than 20 years old, stumbles past your table, his helmet askew and sweat dripping from his brow. He looks like he's been running for quite some time. Marcus Fabius appears behind him, shouting something about training schedules and not being late again. People nearby glance at each other with concern. It seems this young gladiator has overstepped the boundaries, or perhaps simply underestimated the demands of becoming a successful fighter. The Lannisters' reprimand sends ripples through those gathered around. Some whisper among themselves, others make bets on whether the youth will recover from his mistake. Meanwhile, you're left with your breakfast, half-eaten and forgotten as the drama unfolds before you. You take another bite, feeling the flavors mingle in your mouth. Not quite a perfect combination of sweet and savory, but tolerable nonetheless. Back to Marcus Fabius's predicament. As it turns out, this young gladiator is named Lucius. He had been late for training, an offense punishable by additional drills or even loss of privileges within his ludus. The weight of responsibility settles upon him. One misstep can change the trajectory of a life, and not just in terms of reputation. Some speculate that Marcus Fabius's troubles extend beyond mere discipline issues. Rumors circulate about disagreements between Lannister, with some suggesting it might be due to internal power struggles within their guilds, or perhaps even rivalries stemming from past victories or losses. As you listen intently, the din outside gradually recedes into the background, though not quite disappearing. Your ears grow accustomed to these sounds as you continue eating, a dog barking in the distance, an elderly woman haggling over prices at one of the nearby shops, children's laughter carrying on the breeze. Each is embedded within this particular world, interwoven with countless other moments like delicate strands woven into a rich tapestry. This reality may seem mundane, but it holds significance nonetheless. Every conversation between acquaintances can hint at deeper intrigue or even reveal subtle truths about those involved. These are not merely background figures. They live alongside you in an intricate dance of politics, power struggles, and day-to-day survival within the vast expanse that is Rome. Beyond these immediate concerns lies a larger world, where imperial decrees dictate changes to everything from public entertainment schedules to how one must dress on certain occasions. Even your breakfast has been impacted. What was once just plain bread now comes with specific designs or symbols signifying allegiance, status, or perhaps even one's occupation within this vast social hierarchy. And yet, despite all these complexities, it's not hard to lose oneself in the simple act of living, as you take another bite from your meal and let its savory taste wash over you. For now, at least, there's no need to think about anything more than what comes next. Perhaps a trip to the nearby Thermae for some exercise or relaxation, maybe attending an event at one of Rome's many arenas. A young child catches sight of Lucius stumbling past and points excitedly toward him. Look. Look, the boy laughs as his mother chastises him for being too loud, while you continue eating in relative tranquility. For now, this world remains a place where both danger and beauty coexist side by side, its nuances waiting to be discovered with each passing day. Marcus Fabius is still reprimanding Lucius when you finish your meal and set off toward the Thermae. As you walk away from the Thermopolis, the sounds of conversation gradually recede into the background once more. People's lives continue unfolding as if this moment had never occurred, though in truth it will likely leave a lasting impact on both parties involved. Within Rome's walls lies an almost endless tapestry of stories waiting to be woven together. Each scene offers opportunities for discovery, growth, and perhaps even a deeper understanding of the world that surrounds you. But let us return momentarily to Marcus Fabius, as his troubles might serve as a reminder, though not directly stated, about how precarious life can be within these walls. It's said that some historians speculate whether gladiators truly were considered real men in their time. They debate whether the emphasis on physical prowess and military skills elevated them above mere mortal status, or conversely, rendered them less than fully human due to being bound for combat against each other or beasts. A 4th century debate rages over this issue, one that would likely interest Lucius, should he ever find himself in a position to ponder such abstract concepts. As the sun climbs higher within the Roman sky, casting shadows across your path and illuminating various scenes with equal measure of beauty, you continue toward your destination. Eventually, the sounds from outside begin to recede further into the background, though they never truly disappear. Each is an integral part of this vibrant city where no moment stands in isolation. Eventually, after traversing through winding streets and passing by numerous homes, shops, and public buildings, you reach the Thermi complex. Its imposing facade looms before you as a testament to human ingenuity, not just for providing a respite from Rome's sweltering heat, but also offering an oasis within which various lives intersect. Upon entering this grand structure, cool air envelops your skin. Dampness rises with each step on the stone flooring, releasing scents both pleasant and pungent. The sensation of walking barefoot over these stones serves as a subtle reminder that you're about to engage in something far removed from life outside, an experience awaiting those willing to let go of concerns like Lucius's tardiness or Marcus Fabius's troubles. It seems the focus will shift here, away from Roman politics and toward more mundane aspects of existence. For now, though, it remains intriguing to ponder whether real men were truly a part of ancient Rome, an enigma waiting for you to uncover piece by piece within this intricate tapestry known as life in the 4th century. As sunlight dances across the marble columns outside and shadows stretch within its walls, people start filtering into the Thermi complex from all directions. Some are already immersed in conversation. Others glance around cautiously before disappearing toward their chosen destination, perhaps seeking solace or merely a way to pass the morning hours. You blend with this crowd, gradually making your way deeper into the complex as if drawn by some unseen force. With each step forward and every movement through the shadows within these walls, it becomes increasingly clear that life in ancient Rome was not about grand gestures, but rather an intricate dance of mundane details woven together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. And yet, despite being surrounded by countless stories waiting to be unearthed, you find yourself pondering this abstract question. What if real men were not considered such due to their profession, perhaps even relegated lower in societal standing? How might that change one's perspective on a world like this, with all its intricate web of relationships and power struggles? A glimmer of realization catches within your mind as you pause momentarily outside the Thermes central pool, where water from nearby aqueducts flows gently into an ornate basin. It seems almost paradoxical. In Rome, even those bound for combat, men like Lucius or Marcus Fabius, were expected to embody a certain level of refinement and cultural sophistication. As if drawn by this thought, You wander over toward the adjacent area where locals gather to socialize during their morning ablutions. Here lies an array of peculiarities waiting to be observed. Some individuals scrub themselves clean with coarse sponges. Others chat quietly among friends while engaged in various grooming routines, though not everyone seems too keen on sharing space within these waters. A young woman nearby catches your eye, washing her hair under a gentle spray of water. She glances up momentarily as if noticing you staring before returning to her task, seemingly nonchalant about being observed. Her expression hints at something deeper. Perhaps it's an inner turmoil or possibly just the weight of societal expectations placed upon those around her, though only she truly knows. The sounds from outside gradually recede further into the background. Your attention focuses on these small vignettes unfolding within this sanctuary away from Rome's bustling streets. You begin to appreciate how such a setting provides solace not merely for physical rejuvenation, but also as an escape from life's complexities and expectations, something each person here is striving toward in their own unique way. But the world outside continues waiting, ready to reclaim its hold on you at any moment. Lucius remains reprimanded. Marcus Fabius will continue grappling with internal power struggles within his guild. You blend back into this collective movement as if trying to find your place among them, one individual lost amidst countless others navigating their own paths through life. Life in ancient Rome holds no clear distinction between real men and those bound for combat or more mundane pursuits. Everyone here finds themselves caught up in the intricate web of relationships, politics, and societal norms. As you eventually leave the Thermi complex to continue your day, perhaps attending an event at one of Rome's many arenas, it becomes increasingly evident that true human nature lies not within grand gestures, but within these delicate interactions woven throughout daily life. A question lingers. What if history is telling us something quite different about real men in ancient Rome? You find yourself walking through a bustling market square, surrounded by the sounds of merchants hawking their wares and the smell of fresh bread wafting from a nearby bakery. The sun beats down on your skin, casting long shadows across the cobblestones as you make your way towards a small inscription on the side of a building. The date etched into the stone reads 52 CE, but something about it catches your eye the way the numerals are worn and faded, giving them an air of quiet desperation. You wonder if this is more than just a random relic from ancient Rome's past. Perhaps there's a story hidden within those numbers. As you ponder this thought, a vendor approaches you, offering a basket of fresh fruit for sale. His calloused hands are stained with dirt and his eyes squint slightly in the bright sunlight, but he smiles warmly as he tries to entice you into making a purchase. The scent of overripe figs mingles with the smell of sweat and leather, creating an overpowering aroma that makes your stomach turn. You decline the offer, choosing instead to continue exploring the market square. Your feet lead you past stalls selling everything from intricately woven baskets to handmade pottery, each item bearing a price tag or being vigorously negotiated between vendor and customer. The air is thick with haggling and competition, but beneath it all lies a sense of camaraderie, strangers exchanging pleasantries while trying to outdo one another. Beyond the market square lies an even more peculiar sight, the Domus Aurea's ruins. A crumbling entrance hall leads into a vast underground complex built for Emperor Nero himself, once said to contain lush gardens and fountains that ran with wine instead of water. Today, however, it stands as a testament to neglect. Broken columns lie scattered across its grounds like discarded playing cards. As you wander through the overgrown pathways, the silence is almost overwhelming. Shadows dance on walls painted in faded frescoes depicting scenes from mythology, nymphs and satyrs frolicking amidst lush greenery. You notice that many of these murals have been partially erased by time, as if they were worn down by some slow-moving force. A faint breeze stirs the air, carrying whispers of forgotten conversations through empty halls. Every now and then a fly buzzes past your ear or an unseen bird takes flight from its hiding place above, breaking the stillness with sudden noise. Your footsteps echo through deserted corridors as you make your way deeper into this eerie, crumbling complex. In one of these abandoned rooms lies something peculiar, a series of small mosaics depicting everyday Roman scenes, people engaged in tasks such as washing clothes or carrying baskets filled with foodstuffs. The intricacy is remarkable considering the state of disrepair surrounding them, yet it's clear that once, this was meant to be more than just decoration. You notice one particular mosaic that catches your eye. A group of soldiers gathered around an altar, their faces etched in concentration as they engage in some sort of ancient ritual. The scene is serene and almost tender, which seems jarringly out of place amidst the chaos usually associated with gladiatorial games or conquests. You ponder the significance behind these mosaics. Were they intended to serve a dual purpose, both beautifying the space while subtly conveying messages about societal values? Perhaps this was a way for the Roman elite to convey ideas through art without explicitly stating them, using everyday scenes as veiled commentary on their own world's complexities. The wind picks up slightly outside, causing shadows within the room to shift. Dust motes dance around the flickering light from an unseen torch or lantern, casting eerie silhouettes across walls that seem almost alive. You wander further into this forgotten place, the remnants of ancient history swirling beneath your feet like sandcastles in a rising tide. Every now and then you come upon some new discovery, fragments of pottery here, pieces of old fabric. They're telling stories not just about what people used, but how they interacted with their environment. Eventually, after walking through crumbling corridors lined by these forgotten scenes from everyday life, you find yourself approaching the remains of a once magnificent dining hall. A small inscription on one wall bears witness to an elaborate feast hosted in honor of some long-forgotten imperial figure. Guests reclined upon intricate couches adorned with priceless tapestries. Your thoughts are interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing from further down the corridor, someone approaching, moving through shadows that now seem more defined against the dim light. It's a familiar face, one of your fellow gladiators, Lucius, who has been quiet for most of this season due to some mysterious injury sustained during training. Lucius approaches cautiously, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surveys the space around you, almost as if checking whether anyone else might be listening in on the conversation. His dark hair is slicked back, revealing a faint sheen from an earlier application of oil. An unlit torch rests at his side, hinting that he plans to use it soon. He leans closer and whispers, "Have you seen those new decorations for our living quarters?" Your brow furrows slightly as the weight of Lucius's concern settles into your shoulders. You hadn't noticed anything out of place until now. Perhaps this is more than just a trivial matter after all. Lucius glances over his shoulder, ensuring they are truly alone before continuing. They put up new frescoes in our dormitory. I'm not sure what to make of them. The image flickers through your mind like an interrupted dream, scenes from mythology once again, but with one key difference this time around. This depiction is personal, specific events and locations woven into the fabric of mythological narratives, giving it a raw intimacy you wouldn't expect in artwork meant for public display. It's almost as if someone's private story has been interwoven within an otherwise timeless tale, something that feels both hauntingly beautiful and profoundly unsettling. You exchange a look with Lucius. He seems troubled by more than just the frescoes themselves, sensing perhaps that they represent something deeper, hidden beneath their surface-level meaning. Without saying another word, you nod in understanding, your attention drawn back to those mosaics from earlier, wondering now if this is indeed part of some larger puzzle waiting to be solved. The air grows still as a gentle breeze carries scents from far-off gardens through the abandoned corridors. It's almost peaceful here amidst remnants of what once was great. Shadows dance across walls as sunlight filters through partially intact windows high above, illuminating your footsteps and casting them in an eerie glow that seems both familiar and yet utterly foreign. And with this, you are drawn back into a world where history is not something studied or taught, but lived, experienced firsthand amidst the dusty remnants of ancient Rome's grandeur. As you wander through the crumbling streets of Rome, your feet carrying you on a familiar path, you notice something peculiar about the original arena that once stood in the heart of the city. The one you're walking towards now is larger and more imposing, but there's an eerie silence surrounding it. You've been told stories about this new Colosseum, built by Emperor Vespasian himself, but a nagging doubt creeps into your mind as you approach the site where the old arena once stood. You recall hearing whispers of a different story, that the original arena had been much smaller and more intimate than its famous successor. Some claimed it was little more than a stone circle, with tiered seating for the privileged few who got to witness gladiatorial contests in their early days. This new Colosseum, on the other hand, boasts an impressive 80-odd thousand seats and has become a grand symbol of Rome's power. As you ponder this mystery, your attention is drawn to the sounds of haggling merchants nearby, vendors selling souvenirs made from scraps of old arena stone or tokens commemorating events that took place within. You stop in front of one stall, intrigued by an array of intricate mosaics depicting scenes from various gladiatorial battles. The vendor greets you with a tired smile and says, "You're looking for something to remember the games by." He holds up a small tile fragment showing two pairs of gladiators facing each other. This one shows the famous battle between Spartacus's rebels. Some say it's cursed. Your eyes widen slightly at this last comment as you take in more details. Intricate patterns, faded colors that still hint at their original vibrancy. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze stirs nearby palm fronds and rustles the awning above your head. The scent of roasting meats wafts from an adjacent food stall, a mix of garlic, herbs, and something faintly metallic that might be the vendor's cooking oil. Passers-by hurry to grab their lunch before attending afternoon events in the Colosseum. You turn back towards the original arena site, wondering where exactly you'd heard about this supposedly smaller predecessor. Perhaps it was from a fellow gladiator who claimed to have fought there, a grizzled old fighter with more scars than victories under his belt. His stories always left room for interpretation and usually involved some claim of having encountered an unseen presence during the games. As you continue your stroll, the thought lingers in your mind that history here might be a bit inflexible. Official records hint at a grand arena being built by Julius Caesar himself, but whispers suggest it was much earlier, perhaps as early as 264 BCE when Rome started holding gladiatorial contests on a regular basis. You arrive near the site of the original arena and are met with an eerie silence. If you close your eyes and focus hard enough, you can almost picture ancient Romans standing in this very spot, watching fights between prisoners from distant lands and local rebels. A faint hum of conversation drifts through the air. A group of townspeople gathered nearby discuss what they think might have happened to the original arena. One elderly woman points towards a large stone slab buried beneath the newer Colosseum's foundation stones and says, "My grandmother used to tell me that was where the first games took place." A younger fellow chimes in, claiming he saw an old inscription nearby, supposedly mentioning the name of a forgotten emperor. As you watch this lively debate unfold, it becomes increasingly clear that the truth about Rome's earliest arena might be hidden in plain sight. You decide to follow your curiosity further by walking towards the large stone slab and examining its surface more closely. Upon closer inspection, the worn inscription seems to match an account from a now-forgotten Roman historian who claimed to have seen it himself, although he also mentions having been given a vision during his time in Rome. The question lingers, what if this date on the stone slab is correct and everything else we've learned about Rome's earliest arena is wrong? What if instead of an impressive structure with tiered seating for thousands, there was indeed something much more modest, or perhaps even makeshift, standing here all those years ago? Your mind wanders back to that grizzled old fighter who often regaled you with tales of battles past. Was he telling the truth about his time in a smaller arena? Or did he merely spin fantastical yarns for entertainment value? As the sun begins its slow descent, casting long shadows across the dusty ground, it's hard not to ponder which part of history is truly accurate, or if either account holds any weight at all. The sounds around you grow softer. Haggling merchants quiet down as they wrap up their business. Distant roars from the Colosseum signal a new event about to begin. The wind stirs more gently now, rustling leaves on nearby palm trees and carrying with it whispers of the past, or perhaps just mere echoes. You take one last look at the stone slab before making your way back through the winding streets, lost in thought as Rome's history seems to blur together. Grand arena, smaller predecessor, forgotten empires. You can almost hear distant murmurs debating what really transpired here. As you wander further into the heart of this ancient city, it becomes clear that not everything we've learned is set in stone. Your footsteps carry on through the narrow streets as Rome's history unfolds around you, an endless tapestry woven from whispers of the past, fading like a sunset across the sky above. As you continue on your journey through ancient Rome's winding streets, the scent of freshly baked pannies focacious wafts from a nearby bakery, drawing in passers-by with its enticing aroma. The golden light of late afternoon casts long shadows across the cobblestones, illuminating the intricate mosaic patterns embedded in the pavement. Your footsteps carry on, echoing off the stone facades as you navigate through the crowded market square. A group of vendors hawking their wares nearby catches your attention, a vendor selling fresh herbs, another offering handmade pottery, and one showcasing an array of exquisitely crafted hair adornments. The cacophony of sounds from the bustling marketplace creates a soothing background hum. The clinking of pots, the chatter of onlookers, and the soft bleating of goats tied to nearby stalls. You pause for a moment near a particularly large stone fountain, watching as children playfully splash water onto each other's faces. The warm sunlight dancing across the ripples in the water creates an almost hypnotic display, droplets suspended midair, refracting light into miniature rainbows that fade as quickly as they appear. As you stand there, a young boy with a mop of messy hair sidles up beside you, his eyes fixed intently on the water. You glance down at your own reflection in the nearby pool and notice how the fading light emphasizes the dusting of sweat across your skin, testament to another day spent training under the scorching sun. Your hand absently reaches for a discarded piece of cloth draped over your shoulder, wiping away some of the grime that's accumulated throughout the day. As you continue on your way through the winding streets, you find yourself passing by the Grand Forum. At this hour, it's relatively quiet. Most of Rome's inhabitants are preparing dinner or attending to other evening chores, but there are still a few stragglers lingering about. Merchants haggling over prices, guardsmen lounging against pillars, and the occasional onlooker gazing up at the imposing statue of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. You make your way past the forum's central square, where a faint scent of incense wafts from nearby temples, remnants of daily offerings made to various deities. Nearby, you catch sight of a group of women gathered around an old woman, who is busily stitching intricate patterns onto a length of fabric. The air is thick with the smell of wool and dye as they work together in hushed conversation. As night begins to fall across Rome, the city assumes a more subdued tone. Torches are lit along walkways, casting long shadows that dance like living things on stone walls. Your footsteps grow lighter, almost silent, as you navigate through these quiet streets. A gentle breeze stirs the air, carrying with it whispers of distant laughter and muffled conversations from homes and taverns beyond. You find yourself approaching a large stone gate bearing an inscription in faded letters, Domus Imperatoris, or the Imperial Palace. Beyond this entrance lies the heart of Rome's imperial district. Sprawling gardens, intricately decorated halls, and lavish chambers that serve as both residence and seat of power for the Roman emperor himself. As you push open one of the smaller side doors leading into the palace complex, a faint scent of myrrh greets your nostrils, no doubt remnants from the day's offerings to various deities. The air within is thick with opulence. Fine silks hang draped across walls, while delicate frescoes depicting mythological scenes cover most surfaces. You pause for a moment near one of these frescoed corridors, taking in the intricate details of a painting depicting Bacchus and Ariadne. Your gaze roams over lush foliage that seems almost three-dimensional, each blade of grass, every tendril of vine meticulously rendered to create an immersive experience. A faint whisper carries on the breeze from farther within the palace, muffled voices huddled in secret conversation. A guard approaching you breaks into your reverie. "You're here for dinner," he asks quietly, his eyes flicking towards the rear halls where imperial banquets are often held. The soft lapping of water against stone walls echoes softly through the corridors as you follow him deeper into the palace's innermost recesses. Your footsteps lead you across a marble floor polished to a high sheen by countless generations of foot traffic, past intricately crafted tapestries depicting various mythological scenes, all underlit with an otherworldly glow emanating from delicate candelabras that line the walls. The air is alive with soft whispers and murmurs as you make your way towards one particular banquet hall. Upon entering this grand space, you're immediately struck by its sheer scale. Vaulted ceilings seemingly stretching up to infinity, adorned with glittering frescoes of gods and goddesses in every corner. You notice how each guest's chair is carefully positioned according to their social standing, a clear indicator that even at the imperial table, hierarchy reigns supreme. A group of servants busily attend to their duties, pouring wine into delicate goblets, expertly arranging platters heaped high with an assortment of delicacies from across Rome and beyond. You observe as guests mingle and converse in hushed tones. There's a sense of camaraderie among them that is both palpable and unsettling. As you take your seat at the table, the conversations surrounding you revolve around various topics: politics, war campaigns, trade agreements with neighboring cities. Each guest seems eager to make their mark on history through clever wordplay or pointed suggestions. However, amidst all this grandeur, one particular group catches your eye, a small cluster of women sitting near the periphery of the table. They seem almost out of place among these high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Some wear intricately woven headdresses adorned with precious gems. Others sport elaborate hairstyles coiffed in various patterns that defy gravity. Their conversation is hushed, but it's clear they're discussing something possibly related to upcoming weddings or family alliances. The wedding celebrations of Rome are a grand affair indeed, often costing entire families their life savings and promising lifelong connections between influential clans. You've heard whispers about how certain women are essentially bought by powerful patrons for the sole purpose of securing strategic marriages, thereby strengthening ties between noble houses. The thought sends a shiver down your spine as you ponder what such pressures must be like. As dinner begins in earnest, an endless procession of dishes served with each course accompanied by lively conversation and raised eyebrows, your gaze drifts back towards that small cluster of women. A particularly striking young woman catches your eye, her eyes shining bright beneath the delicate embroidery of a headdress, fashioned from precious materials you can't quite identify. Her smile seems almost forced as she engages in polite conversation with an elderly patron sitting across from her, but there's something unsettling about it, like watching someone trying to hold on to something fragile that might shatter at any moment. Perhaps it's the weight of expectations placed upon these young women, who must navigate a delicate balance between duty and desire. This thought lingers in your mind as you continue through the evening, sipping wine from an elegantly crafted goblet while observing the intricate social dance playing out around you, all beneath the watchful gaze of the imperial palace's high ceilings. As you sit amidst the murmured conversations and clinking glasses, your gaze drifts toward the flickering torches that line the palace's courtyard walls, their gentle dance casting shadows on the faces of those around you. The soft susurration of conversation carries through the air like a warm breeze, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter or the low hum of wine being poured into goblets. Your eyes wander to the nearby fountain, its tranquil waters creating a soothing melody that ebbs and flows in time with the gentle lapping of the palace's ornate pools against their stone edges. The air is alive with the scent of frankincense wafting from the nearby altar, mingling with the rich aroma of roasted meats carried on the evening breeze. As you watch, a group of revelers stumbles into view, their faces flushed and their laughter carrying across the courtyard in raucous waves. They are followed by a retinue of servants bearing trays laden with steaming platters of food. Succulent roasts, gleaming fish fresh from the Tiber's waters, and plump, golden vegetables arranged artfully on bedecked pedestals. Your attention is caught by one particularly plump vegetable, a gourd, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seem to shimmer in the torchlight. You find yourself wondering if it might be used for something other than decoration, perhaps as an offering to the gods or even as a makeshift bowl for serving some exotic delicacy. As your mind wanders back to the revelry, you notice a lone figure standing apart from the crowd, a young man clad in simple tunic and leggings, his dark hair mussed and his eyes cast downward. He appears lost in thought, oblivious to the commotion around him. You wonder what might be weighing on his mind. Perhaps he's concerned about his family's situation or struggling with some internal conflict. Your gaze drifts back toward the fountain as a stray breeze carries the faintest hint of smoke into the courtyard. The air is heavy with anticipation, but you're not sure if it comes from something specific, maybe a nearby celebration or merely the collective mood of those around you. Whatever its source, this almost imperceptible tension adds to the evening's atmosphere, drawing your senses toward the intricate tapestry of emotions and experiences unfolding before you. You focus on one particularly intriguing figure, an elderly matron sipping wine from a delicate cup while her daughter-in-law enthusiastically recounts some tale or another. The older woman listens intently, her eyes narrowing as she takes in every detail, but there's something almost disapproving about the way she regards her younger companion. The sound of laughter carries across the courtyard once more, this time accompanied by the clinking of goblets and a few half-hearted cheers from those gathered around. Your attention returns to the young man standing apart, wondering if he might be related to either of these women or perhaps something else entirely, maybe someone who stumbled into this gathering unexpectedly. As you ponder his situation, your gaze follows a thread of conversation carried by a nearby group. They're discussing an upcoming festival in honor of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Someone mentions the elaborate processions and offerings that will take place during its celebrations. Another speaks about a particularly impressive gladiatorial contest scheduled to occur within the coming weeks. This thought lingers as you continue through the evening, sipping wine from an elegantly crafted goblet while observing the intricate social dance playing out around you, all beneath the watchful gaze of the imperial palace's high ceilings. Your attention is drawn toward a nearby group engaged in animated conversation about some long-forgotten controversy involving local politicians and their perceived wrongdoings. The air grows thick with the scent of incense carried on the breeze, mingling with the smells of roasting meats and baking bread wafting from the palace's kitchens. Your ears are treated to a medley of sounds, the clinking goblets, muffled laughter, murmured conversations, and in the distance, the faint thrumming of lyres carried on the wind. You find yourself drawn toward the sound of soft music drifting through an open doorway leading into one of the palace's many antechambers. The notes seem to dance with a gentle melancholy that resonates within your own chest, carrying you back in time and space to memories long past, perhaps memories tied to someone or something from this very city. As your thoughts grow more introspective, the sounds around you fade into the background. The clinking goblets, murmured conversations, and even the distant thrumming of lyres become a muted backdrop for the quiet contemplation taking place within. Your gaze drifts toward a nearby servant carrying a steaming platter of food through the crowd, but your eyes linger on something else entirely. A young child sits perched atop one of the palace's ornate pillars, watching with wide-eyed wonder as the evening unfolds around her. She looks perhaps 5 or 6 winters old and seems utterly entranced by some internal world that exists apart from this crowded courtyard. Her gaze drifts toward you for a brief moment before focusing intently on something beyond your shoulder, maybe a bird perched high up in one of the palace's towers, watching over all with keen eyes. Your attention remains fixed on her as she begins to recite a soft poem or nursery rhyme that seems almost familiar. You strain to listen more closely but can't quite make out what words she chooses. Perhaps something about forgotten gardens hidden away within Rome itself. Whatever its source, the quiet cadence of her voice carries through the evening air like a promise, transporting you back in time and space toward memories both fond and long forgotten. In this moment, as the child's words carry on the wind, all else fades into insignificance. The sounds of laughter, goblets clinking, incense wafting, even your own thoughts. Your attention remains fixed on her tiny form perched high above the crowd, the palace's intricate stonework a backdrop to her quiet performance. As you listen intently, lost in this ephemeral moment from childhood past, something peculiar catches your eye. An intricately carved marble statue tucked away within one of the nearby alcoves. It depicts a family scene, perhaps 4 or 5 people standing together beneath some grand archway, their features worn but still conveying deep affection. What if that were truly them? What if those figures etched into the stone are actual portraits rather than mere artistic interpretations? You find yourself pondering this as your gaze lingers on the intricacies of their faces, maybe even wondering what stories might have unfolded beneath the watchful eyes of this very same palace. Your thoughts remain fixed on that marble family for a moment more before they are pulled back into the present, to the sounds, sights, and scents surrounding you within the courtyard. Your gaze drifts toward the revelers once more, now laughing and clinking goblets with abandon, their faces flushed in time with the flickering torches. In this quiet interlude between one moment of merriment and another, as your attention remains suspended between past and present, something peculiar catches your eye. A lone young man standing apart from the crowd. His eyes seem to hold some deep melancholy that echoes within your own chest, maybe even a sense of being lost in a world far larger than his own. Your thoughts linger with him for just another moment before you're drawn back into this sprawling, vibrant scene unfolding beneath Rome's watchful gaze. The sounds, scents, and tiny details all mingling together like some rich tapestry woven from countless threads. Your thoughts linger with him for just another moment before you're drawn back into this sprawling, vibrant scene unfolding beneath Rome's watchful gaze. The sounds, scents, and tiny details all mingling together like some rich tapestry woven from countless threads. As the sun begins to set over the Colosseum, casting a warm orange glow across the sandy arena floor, you notice the vendors preparing for the evening crowd. They're setting up their stalls along the perimeter of the stadium, each one piled high with an assortment of snacks and drinks. Juicy fresh fruit, crusty breads, and large jugs of cool water to quench the thirst of spectators. One vendor in particular catches your eye, a stout man with a bushy beard and a twinkle in his eye. He's arranging a display of roasted chestnuts on a wooden cart, their papery shells curling up at the edges like tiny brown petals. The aroma wafting from them is irresistible, and you can almost taste the sweet, nutty flavor that lies within. As you watch, the vendor begins to expertly juggle three steaming hot pies in his hands, each one emitting a savory cloud of steam that rises up towards the setting sun like a tiny, edible mist. You find yourself mesmerized by this simple yet impressive display of manual dexterity, and before you know it, he's caught your eye and is offering you a pie for sale. You decline politely, not wanting to part with any coins just yet, but as you continue on your way through the stadium, you can't help but notice how expertly the vendors have honed their craft. They're like artisans in their own right, masters of presentation and persuasion, who know exactly which treats will tantalize the taste buds of passers-by. The smell of roasting chestnuts and fresh bread lingers on your skin as you make your way deeper into the stadium, weaving through the crowds to get a better view of the action unfolding within. The sun is now dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the arena floor that stretch out like skeletal fingers towards the seats. You take a seat in one of these upper-tier boxes, running your hand over the cool marble surface as you settle into the worn cushions. As you look down upon the scene below, the gladiators sparring and the crowds cheering on their favorite fighters, you notice something peculiar about this particular moment in time. It's quiet. The roaring crowd that usually fills every corner of the Colosseum is subdued, almost hesitant, as if they're still trying to process what they've just seen. The sun has dipped below the horizon now, casting a dark blue shadow across the arena floor like an ominous omen, and yet something about this moment feels peaceful. As you sit there in contemplation, taking it all in with your senses on high alert, you start to notice other peculiarities that lie beneath the surface of life as a Roman gladiator. Like the sound of chanting priests echoing through the empty seats above you, their voices weaving together like an ancient melody from another world. Or the smell of incense wafting up towards the rafters, its pungent aroma mingling with the acrid scent of sweat and dust that clings to every surface within this vast indoor space. It's a strange yet intriguing combination, one that speaks to the dual nature of human existence, our capacity for beauty and ugliness, life and death. As you continue on your journey through Rome, observing everyday moments like these with fresh eyes, trying not to get too caught up in the epic battles or grand gestures, you start to notice small yet significant details about daily life as a Roman gladiator that nobody ever tells you. Like this, it's often said that gladiators were at the height of their physical prowess during peak fighting season, but few accounts mention what happens after they're retired from combat. Do they simply fade into obscurity like so many worn-out gloves? Or do they continue to live on in some other capacity, perhaps as mentors or trainers for younger fighters? The answer lies somewhere in between. Many ex-gladiators return to their original professions, while others might take up new pursuits altogether. But all too often, their transition back into civilian life is marked by a steep decline. It's almost as if the world has moved on without them, leaving behind only shadows of what once was. You see this happening in small ways throughout Rome. Former fighters struggling to adapt to mundane routines after years spent living on adrenaline and raw strength, trying, often in vain, to recapture that fleeting sense of purpose they'd found within the arena. It's a peculiar feeling, watching them navigate their new reality as if it were an alien landscape. But let us return for now to those three things nobody tells you about life as a Roman gladiator. 1. Gladiators wore very little protection against injury, not because they were reckless or foolhardy, but simply because that was the way of it. When you're fighting for your life in close quarters with swords and shields clashing all around you, every ounce of weight counts, and carrying heavy armor would only have made matters worse. You see them moving into battle now, their lightly armed bodies a blur as they dodge and weave between opponents. It's almost a fluid. Is that the right word for it? The way they seem to flow across the arena floor like water around rocks, always adapting to changing circumstances on the fly. 2. Despite their fearsome reputation, gladiators were often expected to participate in more light-hearted activities outside of combat. Think acrobatic performances or staged battles with fire and pyrotechnics. It was all part of creating an immersive experience for the spectators. You watch as a group of younger fighters prepare to reenact a battle between rival tribes from across the empire, their elaborate costumes rustling in the gentle breeze that stirs up dust from the arena floor below. There's something almost incongruous about this juxtaposition. These young warriors in training clad in elaborate finery and executing choreographed moves under bright sunlight. And 3. The very concept of gladiatorial school, as we understand it today, didn't really exist back then. Instead, many fighters were trained by experienced veterans who'd honed their skills through years of actual combat, passed down from mentor to apprentice in a sort of oral tradition that emphasized technique and cunning over brute force. You're sitting among these very same gladiators now, watching them share stories about their instructors or training regimens. It's fascinating, no, not fascinating, but rather intriguing, how they weave together disparate threads from various battles to form a cohesive whole, or the way certain techniques are shared through nods and winks alone. As you continue on your journey, weaving in and out of these small yet significant moments with an outsider's perspective, you begin to notice something peculiar about life as a Roman gladiator. It's not just the grand gestures or epic battles that capture our attention, it's those tiny details hidden beneath the surface. The smell of incense wafting up towards the rafters, the vendors expertly juggling pies in their hands. These small, everyday moments reveal something fundamental about human existence itself, namely, its capacity for beauty and ugliness, life and death. As you sit there within this sprawling, vibrant scene unfolding beneath Rome's watchful gaze, taking it all in with fresh eyes, you can't help but feel a sense of wonder. Perhaps wonder is the right word here. As night begins to fall across the Colosseum, casting long shadows that stretch out like skeletal fingers towards the seats above, your thoughts turn inward. The sounds and scents all around you blend together in a rich tapestry woven from countless threads, chanting priests echoing through empty seats, incense wafting up towards the rafters roasting chestnuts. As you sit here in the dimly lit forum, surrounded by the worn stone and faded frescoes of 1,000 suns, the sounds and scents all around you blend together in a rich tapestry woven from countless threads, chanting priests echoing through empty seats, incense wafting up towards the rafters roasting chestnuts. The air is heavy with the smell of sweat and olive oil, the tang of salt and vinegar carried on the gentle breeze that stirs the awnings above. You watch as a group of gladiators stroll past, their sandaled feet thudding against the stone floor in an unhurried rhythm. They're laughing and chatting among themselves, completely unaware, or perhaps deliberately ignoring your presence here. Their armor is polished to a high sheen, reflecting the flickering light from the torches that line the walls. You notice one of them, Marcus Atticus, adjusting his helmet with a practiced ease. Marcus has been in the Ludus Magnus for nigh on 5 years now. He's seen countless battles, fought against every type of opponent the arena could throw at him, and always emerged victorious. His reputation precedes him. He's known as one of the finest secutors Rome has to offer. You've heard whispers about his skills in combat, how he can wield a sword with deadly precision. As you observe Marcus, your gaze drifts towards the nearby stalls selling fresh produce. The vendors are arranging their wares for the day's market. Pyramids of apples and bunches of fragrant herbs, baskets overflowing with freshly baked bread. You notice that one stall in particular has an unusual item on display, a small stone pedestal bearing an inscription. You walk over to investigate, dodging shoppers as you weave through the crowded stalls. The vendor, a gruff but affable man named Lucius, greets you warmly and invites you to take a closer look at his prized acquisition. Fresh from Greece, he boasts, this is no ordinary stone. The inscription reads, "To the glory of Mars, greatest warrior among the gods." Beneath it lies an empty pedestal where presumably a name or title should be engraved. Lucius explains that this was brought back by one of his merchant friends, who swore blind that it came from a temple dedicated to Mars himself. A sense of curiosity prickles at your mind as you ponder the provenance of this mysterious stone. What if, and it's a small but intriguing possibility, what if this wasn't actually made in Greece? Suppose, for instance, that Lucius' friend had simply fabricated an exotic origin story to sell his wares more effectively. Your thoughts are interrupted by a gentle prodding from behind. The vendor is now handing you a sample of fresh olives. You're distracted enough to forget about the inscription and instead indulge in the savory taste and soft texture of these tiny, wrinkled treasures. Lucius chuckles knowingly as he watches you enjoy his offerings. You continue strolling through the forum, taking in its sights and sounds. Children playing tag near the base of a nearby statue, an elderly matron haggling over prices with one of the merchants, the soft clinking of pots from the food stalls wafting on the breeze. Every moment is infused with a sense of lazy contentment. The afternoon wears on, with nary a cloud in sight to mar the brilliant blue sky above. As you walk further along the forum's central axis, your gaze falls upon an assortment of people, from high-ranking magistrates and wealthy merchants down to humble artisans like Lucius himself, gathered around another vendor selling scrolls bound in worn leather. This particular merchant has something peculiarly intriguing on display, a stack of parchment scrolls adorned with elegant script. The titles are written in gold ink, proclaiming the contents as everything from philosophical treatises by renowned Stoics and Epicureans to historical accounts of Rome's great triumphs over its enemies. Some scroll even appears to be dedicated entirely to the art of gladiatorial combat. You pause for a moment to take it all in. The neatly arranged scrolls with their delicate golden filigree, The vendor's smooth sales patter, designed no doubt to persuade potential buyers that these documents contain secrets and knowledge beyond price. For some reason, perhaps because your eyes have grown accustomed to reading the titles, or simply due to the natural flow of curiosity within you, one scroll catches your eye. It bears a title, The Art of Combat in the Secutor's Role. Beneath it, neatly inscribed in smaller script, is the name Marcus Atticus. You frown slightly as you consider this unusual pairing. Would someone actually write about their own combat techniques? What secrets might these scrolls hold? As your reverie stretches on, lost among the winding streets of Rome and its countless anecdotes, each one waiting to be unraveled like an ancient tapestry, you realize that there's something else amiss in this otherwise tranquil scene. Marcus Atticus is still walking about somewhere nearby. His helmet glints softly as he strolls towards a group of fellow secutors. They're laughing together now, their voices carrying on the breeze and occasionally mingling with snatches of conversation from passers-by, whispers about tomorrow's games, excited chatter over rumors of an upcoming feast. Your gaze follows them until they disappear into the crowd, leaving you to ponder your observations, particularly that one inscription bearing Marcus' name. Now it seems almost certain that this mysterious pedestal wasn't supposed to be empty at all. A faint scent of old stone and dust wafts through the narrow streets, carrying on its gentle breeze the whispers of forgotten conversations. You walk alongside a fellow Roman citizen, both of you making your way home from a long day's work in the city. The sun has begun to set, casting a warm orange glow over the rooftops as it dips below the horizon. As you approach your apartment building, notice the faint sound of running water coming from within. It's a gentle gurgle, not enough to wake anyone up, but just enough to let you know that someone, or perhaps something, is still stirring inside. The entrance hallways are dimly lit by flickering torches set into the walls, casting eerie shadows on the stone floor. Your apartment shares a wall with another unit, and occasionally you hear muffled sounds from next door. Children's laughter, a woman's soft singing, or perhaps just someone muttering to themselves as they try to get comfortable for the night. The sounds blend together in a soothing background hum that helps lull you into relaxation. You push open the wooden door of your apartment and step inside. The air within is stale from disuse during the day, but it's filled with a sweet smell, not unpleasantly so, from last night's supper lingering on the dinner table. A faint line of crumbs trails across the worn surface, indicating someone you. An invisible visitor has snacked before retiring for the evening. Inside your apartment, notice the faint sheen of old oil on the wooden furniture and the soft patina that comes with age from constant use and handling. This is a home where people have lived for years, perhaps even generations, and each piece of furniture bears witness to countless meals shared around this very table. The walls are adorned with faded frescoes depicting scenes of everyday life. Farmers tilling their fields, fishermen hauling in nets full of fish, or gods watching benevolently over the city. These were painted by some local artist many years ago when you first moved here, and have gradually darkened to a soft gray-blue hue that's almost imperceptible against the stone. As you make your way towards the sleeping area, notice how each step creaks softly beneath your feet, not loudly enough to disturb anyone else in the building, but just loud enough for you to feel it. You pause at the threshold of the bedchamber and take a moment to breathe in deeply, letting the scent of worn wool blankets and last night's sweat fill your nostrils. The sleeping platform is simple yet sturdy. Two narrow wooden frames joined together by ropes that are looped over metal hooks set into the stone floor. The mattress itself is made from layers of woven straw stuffed between linen sheets that have been carefully smoothed flat against the surface. A few stray hairs or strands of wool snag on the threads where someone's body rested during sleep. Now let your gaze wander to a small side table near the bed, one with three stone legs and a worn wooden top. This holds the remains of last night's supper, an almost empty oil jug next to two small bowls containing what looks like yesterday's leftovers from dinner. The remnants are arranged neatly enough that someone must have put them there just before retiring for sleep. The air in here is stale, too heavy with the scent of old sweat and worn fabric, but beneath it lies a sweet note of rose petals left over from last night's washing. You can almost smell the freshness of soap water wafting through the small room as you breathe deeper. For a moment, your mind begins to wander back to that pedestal we found in the forum earlier today, or was it yesterday? The one with no inscription on its base and an almost empty space where something once stood. You can't quite put your finger on why, but there's a nagging sense that this mysterious pedestal isn't as ordinary as everyone seems to think. However, for now at least, all those mysteries will have to wait until morning when the light of day is better suited to examining them properly. The bed beckons, it's time to let go of another long day in Rome and sink into its familiar contours, feeling the soft give beneath your body as you drift off into a peaceful sleep filled with dreams. Your eyelids grow heavy now that the decision has been made. Tomorrow will be soon enough for pondering pedestals. In fact, it's almost too much effort even thinking about what other things we might need to attend to in the morning, like checking on those frescoes or perhaps asking around town if anyone knows anything more about our enigmatic pedestal. So instead of indulging in all that mental exercise just yet, let your breathing slow down and allow yourself a deep relaxation into the familiar rhythms of sleep. Tonight, for now at least, you can rest easy knowing everything is exactly as it should be, with perhaps one or two small mysteries lingering quietly in the shadows waiting patiently to pester you tomorrow. Your bed beckons once more, this time in a soft, insistent whisper that grows louder, until all you hear are your own breaths slowing and speeding softly against each other. It's almost time now. The gentle lapping of water against the stone edge of your bedroom window grows louder still, a soothing melody that seems to synchronize with the slowing beats of your heart. Your eyelids grow heavy, and you feel the weight of another day in ancient Rome bearing down upon you. You wake up to find yourself lying on a narrow pallet, surrounded by the familiar scents of olive oil, sweat, and yesterday's bread wafting from the kitchen below. The air is thick with dust and the smell of old leather from your armor which leans against the wall nearby, ready for another day in the arena. As you swing your legs over the side of the pallet, a faint creak echoes through the room, followed by the muffled murmur of voices from downstairs. Your stomach growls softly, reminding you that it's been hours since you last ate anything substantial. You remember vaguely the taste of yesterday's breakfast, thin gruel made from coarse wheat and scrawny vegetables. You make your way to the kitchen, where a faint light seeps through the slats in the door, illuminating a scene straight out of every Roman household. A young slave girl, Agatha by name, carefully stirring a pot over an open flame. The fire crackles softly as she adds what looks like dried thyme and rosemary to the stew. Your eyes adjust to the dim light, taking in the cramped space filled with cooking pots, pans, and wooden utensils hanging from hooks on the walls. A nearby shelf displays a few earthenware bowls and cups, their surfaces bearing intricate patterns of grapes and leaves. The air is thick with the smell of cooking meat, probably yesterday's leftovers reheated for today's meal. You take a seat at the low table in front of Agatha, who greets you with a smile that hints at her exhaustion from another long day of tending to your needs. Dominus, she asks softly, as is custom among household staff when addressing their masters by name alone. A bit, you reply wearily, running a hand through the tangled mess of hair on your head. You glance around the room, taking in the faint outlines of the past few days' meals, discarded bones, empty wine jugs, and scraps of bread that have been picked clean. As Agatha ladles out a portion for you from the stew pot, you can't help but notice how much like everyone else's she looks. Her tunic is simple yet practical, made from coarse linen that drapes elegantly over her slender frame. The stitching on it appears to be done by an accomplished seamstress. Perhaps one of your household staff has a hidden talent for needlework. As you take the first bite of Agatha's stew, flavors dance across your tongue. Rich meat broth, pungent thyme and rosemary, and just a hint of that elusive herb called silphium. You chew slowly, savoring each morsel as your stomach growls in appreciation. The sounds of the household continue to filter through the walls, murmured conversations between Agatha and other staff members, muffled coughs from an older slave who's been working nonstop since dawn, and a faint jingle coming from outside, where one of your fellow gladiators is whistling while strolling back to his own quarters. As you eat, the softness in your bed beckons once more, this time not as an insistent whisper, but as a gentle nudge that makes it hard to concentrate on anything except for sinking into its comforting depths. You finish your meal with a satisfying fullness and get up from the table, leaving Agatha to tidy up while you return upstairs. Your gaze falls upon the date on the nearby scroll, tucked between two stone pedestals near the door. 16 Calendas Martii, just 4 days until spring begins in earnest. The room's morning light filters through a small opening above the pedimented doorframe, casting an intricate pattern of shadows across the walls as you approach. The more you think about those upcoming festivals celebrating Mars' reign over the heavens and the earth, the less clear everything seems to become, like trying to grasp at wisps of fog in early morning mist. What exactly are these people planning? Will it involve yet another procession through Rome's congested streets or a grand festival on one of the nearby hills? You recall hearing from your fellow gladiators about how last year, during Mardius festivities, their sponsor, a wealthy and powerful merchant named Lucianus, promised them an extra-large purse for any successful victories they achieved in the arena. Perhaps today's events have something to do with those purses. You wonder whether you'll be fighting in the upcoming games or relegated to simply watching from the sidelines. Your thoughts begin to blur as your legs feel heavier, and it becomes increasingly difficult to stand upright without leaning against a nearby pillar for support. Your gaze falls back on that date scrawled across the scroll, 16 Calendas Martii, Just 3 more days of training before you'll be thrust into whatever chaos awaits. You let yourself slide onto your bed once again, surrounded by shadows cast from above and below. As you settle in, listening to Agatha's gentle humming coming from downstairs, a faint breeze rustles the papyrus on the scroll, making it ripple softly against its wooden dowel, like a breath of promise or foreboding that hangs uncertainly over Rome. And with each passing moment, your eyelids grow heavier still, weighed down by the tedium of daily life in ancient Rome. You lie on your pallet, the worn leather creaking softly beneath you, as the warm glow of sunset seeps through the narrow window above your head. The air inside the ludus is thick with the smell of sweat and oil, a pungent aroma that clings to every surface like a bad habit. Outside, the sounds of the city drift in, hawkers calling out their wares, children laughing and chasing each other down the street, and the distant clang of hammer on anvil from the blacksmith's forge. Your stomach growls softly, reminding you it's almost time for dinner. You've been training hard all day, your muscles aching in protest as you try to sleep off the exertions. Your Lanista, the trainer who oversees your progress, has promised a decent meal tonight, perhaps some salted pork and vegetables, or even a rare treat like fresh bread. As you drift between wakefulness and sleep, your mind begins to wander back through the day's events. You recall the grueling session of sword practice this morning, the way the sun beat down on your armor as you clashed with another gladiator in the arena. And then there was the awkward encounter with Marcus, a fellow fighter who seems more interested in bragging about his supposed conquests than actually training. Your thoughts are interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside your cell, heavy boots clomping along the stone floor, accompanied by the murmur of voices. One of them is Lucius, an older gladiator who's been with the Ludus for years and has a reputation for being one of the best swordsmen in Rome. Lucius pokes his head into your cell, his eyes narrowed as he surveys you lying on your pallet. "Still awake, I see," he says dryly before turning to leave again. But not before adding, "Just so you know, they're going over the books tomorrow morning. Might want to make sure your account is up to date." You frown slightly at this reminder, wondering what he's talking about. What does it have to do with anything? As a gladiator, you don't really think about money or finances all that much. You earn your keep through wins in the arena, and if there are any losses, well, those just come out of your own pocket. But Lucius has already vanished into the next cell over, leaving you to ponder his enigmatic warning. What could he possibly be getting at? Do they really go over accounts like this every week? And what would happen if someone's account wasn't up to date exactly? The questions swirl around in your mind as you settle back onto your pallet, letting the weariness wash over you once more. But just as sleep is starting to creep in, another sound distracts you, the clatter of pots and pans coming from the kitchen area beyond the cells. You throw off the covers and swing your legs over the side of the pallet, padding out into the corridor to investigate. The kitchen's a hubbub of activity, with cooks shouting orders at each other as they scurry around preparing dinner for the Ludus residents. Amidst this chaos, one figure stands out, a young slave girl named Aurelia, her dark hair tied back in a neat knot, and a smudge of flour on her cheek. Aurelia looks up from the pot she's stirring, catching your eye as you enter the kitchen. For an instant, there's just the two of you locked in a silent understanding, You're both aware that dinner will be late tonight because one of the cooks is running behind schedule. The moment passes when Aurelia's gaze drops back to her work, and she starts muttering under her breath about needing more salt. You linger for another minute, watching as the kitchen staff scramble around trying to get everything ready on time. Finally, with a quiet apology from the head cook, you retreat back into your cell to wait. As you settle in once again, the sounds of the ludus drift through the evening murmurs and laughter from the other fighters' cells, the creaking of wooden beams as the old building settles for the night. You listen idly, lost in thought about Lucius's warning earlier. The account thing, what if it was more than just a routine bookkeeping exercise? What if they were going to cut wages or something equally unpleasant? The unease stirs within you like a small animal waking from hibernation, but as the minutes tick by and dinner remains stubbornly elusive, your attention starts to wander. You recall Aurelia's flour-dusted cheek and chuckle softly to yourself. She always looks so bright-eyed in there, no matter how frazzled she gets with all those pots and pans clanging around her. Dinner eventually arrives, though it's more like an extended tease than a satisfying meal. The pork is overcooked and tough as old boots. The vegetables are lukewarm at best, sitting listlessly on your plate in their own juiceless glop. You push them aside after a few bites, feeling guilty for not being able to finish. As you sit back against the wall of your cell, watching the flickering torchlight cast shadows across the faces of the other fighters, some eating with gusto, others pushing food around on their plates or just staring into space, it's hard not to wonder what they're all thinking right now. Do any of them care about Lucius's warning as much as you do? And what if you let your mind trail off on a hypothetical thread, watching the possibilities unfold in your imagination like leaves rustling through an autumn breeze? What if tomorrow really is the day when accounts are scrutinized and someone gets caught short? What if it's not just about money but something more serious, perhaps even a matter of life or death? Your eyelids begin to droop once again, weighed down by the tedium of daily life in ancient Rome. Tomorrow will bring its own set of worries. For now, let the gentle hum of conversation and clinking cutlery lull you into an uneasy slumber. As night deepens, shadows creep across your face like dark specters trying to claim their due from worn-out gladiators. Sleep claims them all, those with doubts and fears, as well as those who have given up hope altogether. And in this dimly lit world of sweat-stained armor and makeshift meals, you join the ranks of those fighting for a good night's rest amidst endless routine. In the flickering light of 100 candles, the laneway outside your barrack comes alive with the soft murmur of evening conversation. The air clings to the damp stone walls, heavy with the scent of last night's cooking and this morning's rain. You step out into it all, feeling the cool dew on your skin as you breathe in deeply. Your gaze wanders over the gathering crowd, some familiar faces from earlier training sessions, others newer recruits trying to blend in, a few seasoned veterans who have seen their share of battles, or so they claim. They're not here for camaraderie, though, just like you, they're after one thing: news. News of a different kind than what's usually passed down through the officer's lips. Word has it that a young boy was born in Rome today with an imperfection on his hand. Some say a missing finger or two, others claim it's more serious still. The exact details aren't clear yet, but this much is: He won't be joining any of your ranks anytime soon. At least not for the games. You weave through the throng, trying to catch snippets from hushed conversations as you go. There's a group near the entrance discussing what it might mean. They're speculating about omens and curses, old wives' tales that make little sense but pass the time when there's nothing better to do. Your friend Marcus catches your eye across the way, holding up an empty amphora and gesturing toward his mouth. He wants a refill on yesterday's wine. You nod, it's as much a part of life here as sand in the arena dust. Someone always seems to have spares stashed away somewhere. You continue through the laneway until you spot Gaius, one of your fellow recruits standing by the makeshift altar near the barracks entrance. He looks more serious than usual, his brow furrowed, eyes squinting into the candlelight as he rummages in a small pouch at his belt. You approach him cautiously, he's not been known for his diplomacy. "What is it?" you ask softly, eyeing the contents of his hand, an assortment of coins and scraps that seem to have nothing in common except being worthless. Gaius looks up and hands you one of the coins instead, a small bronze piece featuring some long-forgotten Roman king on its surface. It's worn smooth from countless use as a token or game piece, but it holds a certain significance tonight. "Did you hear?" he whispers back, referring to the news about the young boy born today. You shake your head, that's why you came looking for him in the first place. Though now, with this coin clutched between fingers and its faint weight pressing into skin, you wonder if maybe there was more going on beneath the surface than met the eye. You stand still for a moment, fingers wrapped around the coin, feeling its weight and trying to recall what drew you to this narrow alleyway in the first place. The sound of haggling merchants carries from the market square nearby, the occasional shout, the clang of metal on stone, the soft hum of people shuffling through crowds. You've been a gladiator for long enough to know that there's nothing quite like the smell of sweat and dust, mixed with the faint tang of cooking fat and fresh bread. But you're not thinking about food right now. Your stomach growls in response, but it's not hunger driving this momentary distraction from your task. Your gaze drifts toward a nearby stall where the vendor is arranging an assortment of goods on his wares. Jars filled with pickled vegetables, baskets woven from dried palm fronds, and leather-bound boxes for storing scrolls. The smell of vinegar wafts through the air as he expertly balances each item in its designated place. You're about to move closer when you catch a glimpse of something peculiar near the stall's edge. A small stone with an inscription that seems almost deliberate in its placement among the more mundane items on display. It bears no resemblance to any market fair or vendor's sign, and for some reason this simple stone has caught your attention. You walk over, curiosity getting the better of you as you lean down for a closer look. The lettering is faint but unmistakable. The date XVII Calenda's Octobers, roughly equivalent to late August in our calendar, not particularly significant on its own unless that stone was meant to convey something else entirely. You straighten up, hand absently rubbing against the hem of your tunic as you ponder what might have led someone to place such a thing here. Could it be an error? A personal message for some vendor or customer who's long since gone their separate way. It seems almost inconsequential now, one more lost item amidst countless market stalls. But that XVII Calenda's date keeps nagging at you like a faint scratch on your armor. The merchant looks up from arranging his wares as you approach. He eyes the coin still clutched in your hand before returning to what he's doing, his expression neutral, neither welcoming nor rejecting. You realize that with this bit of currency, you could ask him about it directly. Perhaps there was a transaction or trade involving someone who left behind such an item. You hesitate for a moment longer, weighing the potential answers against the time spent on yet another mystery in your seemingly endless quest to unravel secrets and understand motivations that often seem opaque. Your stomach growls again, this time more insistently. "Excuse me," you begin finally, "that stone near your stall. What's its story?" The merchant pauses mid-arrangement of a small jar filled with pickled cabbage. For an instant, he looks at the coin before focusing on you. His expression remains unreadable as he says simply, "That. That was left here a while back." No one seems to know what it means. You nod thoughtfully, not in surprise, but rather understanding that sometimes there just aren't answers. It's almost like watching an unassuming glint of sunlight catch on the edge of your shield during battle. For a moment, you're drawn into the quiet beauty of something as mundane as dust particles dancing in its path. You get used to these sorts of things after a while, he continues matter-of-factly. Market days bring all sorts, lost items like that stone or occasionally some real treasures amidst the waste. He looks at his wares, his thoughts clearly elsewhere for an instant before focusing back on you. The sun casts long shadows from nearby market stalls onto the cobblestones, giving everything a peaceful look as if the world has temporarily slowed its pace. Merchant's life, he says with a small shrug, isn't always about grand adventures or fortune. Sometimes it's just moving items and keeping things straight. You smile faintly, understanding his perspective now that you've walked in your sandals for hours through this very market square yourself. Your thoughts turn to the task at hand. You're here for someone specific, not a lost stone. "I see," you say finally. "I was thinking perhaps it had some significance." Well, he shrugs again. "If I knew its story, wouldn't be sitting here arranging pickles. Might as well leave me to wonder about that coin of yours if you don't mind." The comment brings your attention back to the coin still clutched between fingers, a reminder of why you started this search in the first place. As you tuck it away into its hiding spot, he seems to take note but says nothing more. You stand there for another moment as the merchant continues arranging his wares with practiced ease, moving on from the stone without seeming to dwell much on what might have been left behind or why. There's a peculiar satisfaction in watching him work, not just because it's quiet and peaceful after your earlier concerns, but also knowing that he likely has his routine down pat by now. With this small insight into how some people handle their daily lives, perhaps there are lessons to be learned from such calmness and familiarity with one's surroundings. The sun had barely risen over the rooftops of Rome when Marcus began his morning routine. He woke up to the sound of a nearby baker's cart rattling down the street, its wooden wheels creaking on the cobblestones as it delivered fresh bread to the neighborhood. The aroma of warm pastry wafted through the air, mingling with the smell of smoke from the neighboring kitchen where his wife, Orlia, was already cooking breakfast. Marcus swung his legs over the side of the bed and planted his feet firmly on the cool floorboards. He stood up slowly, feeling a slight stiffness in his back from yesterday's training session with the gladiatorial team. As he stretched, he noticed that today felt different. There were no matches scheduled for him at the Colosseum, and the rest of the day was essentially free. He ambled into the kitchen, where Aurelia had set out a simple breakfast on the wooden table: a loaf of bread, some olives, and a few slices of dried meat. The morning light filtering through the window highlighted the dust motes dancing in the air above their meal. Marcus poured himself a cup of wine from a nearby jug and sat down to eat with his wife. The conversation was stilted at first. They both knew what lay ahead: a day without the usual pressures of training or competition. But as they ate, small talk began to flow more easily. They discussed their plans for the day, which were essentially non-existent. Orla mentioned that she needed to visit her sister's household in Trastevere. Marcus offered to accompany her if she'd like. After breakfast, Marcus and his wife set out into the quiet morning streets of Rome. The city was still waking up. Markets would soon be bustling with activity, but for now it felt almost deserted. They walked through narrow alleys lined with stone houses that seemed to lean in on each other as if sharing secrets. Marcus recalled a conversation he'd had with his fellow gladiatorial fighter, Caius. They often talked about the peculiarities of Roman life and how their profession put them at odds with it. As an athlete trained for combat, Marcus felt like a part of something greater than himself. Yet in everyday moments, he struggled to connect with his surroundings. The pair strolled along the Tiber River, watching as water carriers filled large clay jars from the river's edge and then carried them away on their shoulders. Marcus noticed that some of these workers were older men who looked like they'd been doing this for decades. The way they moved told a story in itself: stooped backs, hands worn smooth by years of hauling heavy loads. As they walked further downstream, Aurelia mentioned her sister's household. It was known to have an impressive collection of Greek pottery. Marcus recalled that Caius had once said something about how some Roman households flaunted their wealth through art and furnishings, only to be criticized for being ostentatious by others who didn't understand the value of such items. The Tiber narrowed at this point. Its banks grew steep here, with vines trained up stone walls. Marcus watched as a group of children played near an exposed corner of one house's foundation. They seemed oblivious to the ancient stones beneath their feet. One little boy climbed onto a boulder and began throwing pebbles into the river, laughing when each splash landed far downstream. Eventually, Aurelia turned off toward her sister's household. Marcus said goodbye with a kiss on the cheek for good luck before continuing his own path back home. The day ahead of him was free from the structured routines of training or competition, but that freedom felt more like an empty space than anything tangible to grasp onto. Marcus meandered through streets now teeming with activity. Vendors called out prices, while merchants haggled over goods on display in stalls along the sidewalks. People went about their daily business. Some looked tired, others invigorated by the morning's exercise or the promise of new purchases. He passed a street performer doing acrobatics for coins. A crowd had gathered around to watch him twist and flip through various poses. As Marcus watched from across the way, he noticed how the performer made eye contact with individual spectators. Not everyone received equal attention. Some people seemed more deserving in his eyes than others based on what they wore or where they stood. Marcus's thoughts wandered as he walked further into the city. There was a temple nearby dedicated to Jupiter Stator, one of the many patron deities worshipped by the Roman aristocracy. He had never been inside. Rumors circulated about its beautiful frescoes depicting mythological scenes from Greek mythology. Perhaps today would be a good time to visit. However, his path eventually took him toward home again instead of the temple. Upon entering their own modest apartment, he noticed that Orlia was nowhere in sight. She must have left for her sister's household already. The empty space felt almost palpable. No breakfast remnants remained on the table except a faint crumb pattern. All signs suggested an uneventful day lay ahead. Marcus decided to take advantage of this lull by exploring some long-neglected corners of his own life. He'd been putting off organizing certain personal belongings for too long. He began searching through chests and shelves in search of something hidden away, the gentle clinking sounds from nearby potted plants serving as a soothing background hum. Time passed without him noticing. Before long it was mid-morning. Marcus sat amidst scattered items on their wooden floor. Everything seemed to have been rearranged, except for one large chest he'd left untouched in its original place near the back of his room. The surface felt dusty from disuse, but a faint scent lingered that recalled memories of happier times. Orlia returned home just as Marcus was about to leave this particular area alone. She looked slightly out of breath and handed him an exquisitely crafted alabaster jar filled with fine olive oil. "Your aunt wanted me to remind you," she said, smiling. "You are walking through the winding streets of Rome, following the scent of cooking oil and freshly baked bread wafting from a nearby Thermopolis. Your aunt's parting words still echo in your mind. Your aunt wanted me to remind you. The sun is beginning its lazy descent into the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. You quicken your pace as the sky transitions to hues of pink and gold. As you turn onto a narrow alleyway, the sound of hammering on metal greets your ears. A group of craftsmen are gathered at their workbenches, hunched over intricate tasks that require precision and patience. One of them glances up from his task and catches your eye. He nods in greeting before returning to shaping a delicate bronze figurine. You continue onward, following the smell of melting wax to a nearby workshop. The sign above the door reads Lucas Lampmaking in hasty letters. You push open the door, and a bell above it lets out a soft tinkle as you enter. Inside, Lucas himself is busy at work on a lamp, his hands moving deftly between pouring molten beeswax into molds and carefully trimming wicks to just the right length. Lucas notices your presence and looks up from his task, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. "Ah, you're here," he says, setting aside his tools for a moment. "Come see what I'm working on." He gestures toward one of several lamps half-finished on nearby shelves. You walk over to examine them more closely. They are exquisitely crafted, each one unique in shape and design, yet all bearing the unmistakable hallmark of Lucas' skill. "These ones aren't for sale just yet," he says with a chuckle, "but I think you might be interested in helping me finish this particular one." He holds up a small lamp still partially molded from wax. The beeswax has been poured into an intricately carved wooden mold and is slowly solidifying as it cools. You watch, fascinated by the process, as Lucas carefully trims the wick to just above the surface of the melted wax. "I'm making this one for a client who wants something truly special," he says quietly. The sound of his hammer on metal echoes softly through the workshop, as he begins shaping a delicate handle from a single piece of curved wood. The air is thick with the scent of beeswax and freshly sawn wood, mingling in an intoxicating mixture that seems to calm your senses. You breathe deeply, feeling the aroma fill your lungs, before turning back to examine one of the half-finished lamps more closely. As you study its intricate design, Lucas begins to chat idly about his craft, the art of lamp making as a whole, and how it has evolved over time. You see, he says with a wry smile, the key is not just in choosing the right materials or following an established pattern. No, it's all about capturing the essence of light itself. The words are delivered in a soothing tone that seems to match the gentle lapping of water outside against the stone foundation. Lucas speaks as one who has mastered his craft and now seeks only perfection, not grand, flashy gestures, but tiny adjustments here and there. Your gaze drifts from the lamp back out into the workshop where various tools are arranged with precision. A delicate silver scraper for smoothing surfaces, an assortment of carefully crafted wooden molds in different shapes to create distinct designs. It's clear Lucas takes pride in every detail, not just the end product, but also the entire process, even down to choosing materials and designing molds. Your eyes follow his as he works on shaping the wood handle with a deft hand, occasionally stopping to inspect its shape against a small wooden form used for measurements. The sound of gentle tapping echoes softly through the workshop. Each blow is controlled yet firm, an act both precise and deliberate, like every movement in Lucas' world. The silence that follows his pause as he inspects his work seems almost palpable. It's heavy with anticipation but holds no sense of urgency or expectation. Your breaths seem to be moving at the same measured pace. Each one comes quietly, blending seamlessly into the background noise, distant hammering from outside, now a gentle murmur in comparison. Lucas finishes shaping the handle and sets his tools aside once more. "If you'd like," he says softly as if thinking aloud, "you can help me finish this last step." He gestures toward the small lamp still partially molded with wax. It's been placed on one side of a low wooden workbench that stretches along the wall. You nod and walk over to join him at the workbench. Together you carefully pour more melted beeswax into the mold, smoothing its surface as it solidifies in the cool evening air outside. The sound is almost hypnotic, dripping wax pooling around intricate carvings etched into the wood beneath, delicate patterns that dance across its surface like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. Hours seem to pass without you noticing. Time loses all meaning amidst the soothing rhythms of work and conversation, punctuated occasionally by soft laughter from Lucas as he recalls some amusing incident in his workshop. You're sitting on a wooden bench outside Lucas's workshop, surrounded by the soft glow of lanterns and the distant hum of conversation from inside. The evening air carries the scent of cooking oil and baking bread wafting from nearby stalls, mingling with the faint tang of wood shavings and metalworking that clings to your skin after a long day in Lucas's presence. As you lean back on the bench, feeling the creaky wooden slats beneath you, your eyes begin to drift towards the stone wall opposite. It's an old structure worn smooth by time and weather, with cracks etched into its surface like a map of ancient rivers. Your gaze follows one particularly deep fissure, tracing the path it takes across the stone as if it might somehow reveal hidden secrets. Nearby, Lucas emerges from his workshop, wiping sweat from his brow with a greasy cloth. He catches your eye and raises an eyebrow in silent inquiry before turning back to attend to some task inside. You watch him for a moment, listening to the soft clanging of metal on stone as he works, the familiar rhythms that have become almost soothing. As Lucas continues his work, you find yourself lost in thought, replaying fragments from your day. Memories of sunlight dancing through the forum's columns earlier this morning, or the brief conversation with a fellow gladiator about the upcoming games at the Circus Maximus. The words seem distant now, muffled by the gentle hum of evening sounds. Your eyes wander back to Lucas as he steps out into the alleyway, his face illuminated for an instant by the faint moonlight creeping over the rooftops. He pauses beside you on the bench, placing a hand on your shoulder in quiet companionship before turning back to examine something behind him, perhaps a scrap of discarded fabric caught on the wall's edge. This brief moment of stillness stretches out like a small pool of calm amidst the day's chaotic rhythms, and for an instant everything seems suspended. Lucas stands there, his eyes narrowed as he inspects whatever snagged himself on the stone. You're lost in thought, tracing the lines etched into the ancient wall opposite. And beyond it all, night begins to fall, softly creeping shadows across the alleyway's floor like dark fingers. The stillness doesn't last. Lucas mutters something under his breath as he frees whatever snagged him from the stone, then turns back to you with a quiet question. You're not too worn out yet. He gestures towards your face, where weariness must be etched in subtle lines despite your best efforts at fatigue. You shake your head slightly, trying to convey that it's just your mind that needs clearing. Lucas nods sympathetically and turns back to his work inside the workshop, a soft muttering of apologies as he retreats into its depths, leaving you alone on the bench once more with only your thoughts for company. As the silence lengthens, night seeps in around you. Shadows deepen across the alleyway's walls, moonlight casts an ethereal glow over everything, and the sounds outside become muted, almost hushed. Your gaze drifts back to that ancient stone wall opposite, tracing once more the path of a particularly deep fissure etched into its surface. The night air carries an unusual scent tonight, something sweet but faintly acrid, like burnt sugar lingering from last week's festival celebrations nearby. It must be some leftover spice or incense carried by onlookers who lingered too long, now wafting through the alleyway to mingle with cooking oil and baking bread smells that hang about. You continue lost in thought for a while longer, your eyes straying occasionally towards Lucas as he works inside his workshop. Periodically, you catch glimpses of him moving around, dust motes dancing around the lanterns, shadows cast by the flickering flames on nearby walls, or faint echoes of laughter from some other client outside. Time loses all meaning amidst these fragmented moments, and before you realize it, the stars have climbed high in the sky above. Night has fallen properly now, its darkness softened only by the occasional glimmer of moonlight casting long shadows across everything below. Lucas finally emerges once more, this time with a small jug slung over his shoulder and two cups balanced precariously on top, an awkward arrangement that somehow works as he wades through the crowded alleyway. He hands you one cup in passing, not even looking up from beneath the brim of his cap to acknowledge your presence. You take it gratefully, noticing for the first time how empty it feels, a hollow sound resonating within its ceramic walls when you set it on the bench beside you. Lucas has filled their cups with wine, an unusually good vintage tonight, judging by the rich scent that wafts up from each one as he hands them around. It's not the most elaborate or expensive wine, but there's something satisfying in holding this simple cup of well-made Merlot between your palms, a tangible weight to it, the rounded feel beneath your fingers, and above all, that distinctive scent which speaks so eloquently of ripened fruit and rich soil from Lucas's favorite vineyards. For a moment, you simply hold it there, letting its presence calm something within you. You take a sip, feeling the cool liquid spread across your tongue before swallowing it down into your empty belly. The wine is smooth, full-bodied, nothing like some overdiluted concoction meant for mass-market consumption among Roman citizens today. You glance at Lucas as he works nearby. His hands move deftly now, his focus on the task at hand. For a few moments longer, all seems calm and peaceful in this narrow alleyway. Just you, your cup of wine, and the soothing rhythms of evening sounds carrying across everything around, punctuated occasionally by soft laughter from Lucas as he recalls some amusing incident. And yet, even amidst these quiet scenes, there remain countless tiny details that weave together into a rich tapestry. If someone asked about this particular night's events in years to come, you could tell them exactly. The way moonlight cast shadows across walls, how wine tasted on your tongue, or which fragment of Lucas's conversation caught your attention. But for now, tonight at least, these smaller moments blend into an almost seamless whole. You're left simply sipping your cup of wine in the dimly lit alleyway, listening to evening sounds as darkness falls and time becomes fluid once more. You sit back against the cool stone wall of your laneway abode, cradling the cup of wine that has become a comforting constant in these uncertain times. The dimly lit alleyway is a haven from the bright lights and cacophony of the arena's day-to-day life, where you've grown accustomed to standing shoulder to shoulder with fellow gladiators. As evening sounds begin their gentle stirrings, the hooting of distant owls, the muffled clucking of geese in nearby courtyards, and the soft murmur of conversation from your neighbors' windows opening onto the alleyway's narrow passage, time becomes fluid once more. Your eyes drift around the cramped but cozy space you've made your own, a collection of makeshift furniture arranged within the walls of what was likely once a storage room or a small shop. The air is thick with the scent of sandalwood and myrrh from the aromatic oils that line the shelves, alongside neatly stacked jars of olive oil, pickled vegetables, and dried fruits, reminders of your own modest attempts at culinary endeavors. Your gaze settles on a tattered scroll propped against the back wall, partially unrolled to reveal passages highlighted in smudged red ink. You remember purchasing it from a merchant who claimed to be selling ancient wisdom for mere coins. However, as you often do when idle, your mind begins to wander through the text's fragmented ideas about the balance of the universe and the movements of celestial bodies. Your cup is almost empty now. Just enough wine remains in its depths to glint dully under the faint light that filters through the narrow window high above. As you set it down on a nearby stool, your fingers brush against an unrolled piece of parchment attached with a pin beneath the scroll's edge. The paper bears a crude map hand-drawn by one of the fellow gladiators, Gaius, if memory serves, detailing what appears to be possible escape routes from the arena. A faint breeze stirs through the alleyway, carrying on its breath scents of damp earth and something sweetly floral that you can't quite place. Your eyes return to Gaius's hand-drawn map as your mind drifts back into the world beyond these cramped walls. A world where gladiators are trained for battle, but often fight not just with arms, but also against hope. As night deepens outside and shadows grow longer on the alleyway's walls, you continue sipping from an empty cup, simply because it feels comforting to hold something in your hand. The thought of Gaius and his escape map drifts through your mind once more, sparking a mix of curiosity about what lies beyond these familiar streets. Your thoughts are interrupted by the distant creaking of wooden doors opening onto adjacent courtyards, someone else's evening routine unfolding around you. These sounds remind you that even in moments like this, when time feels suspended and the world outside recedes into quiet shadows, there's a life happening all around, a tapestry woven from countless threads of daily routines. You're not quite sure how to describe it, but sometimes evenings feel like an invitation for your mind to wander further down paths you've never fully explored. Perhaps this evening is no different. Perhaps the stillness outside and within these walls invites contemplation on what lies beyond Gaius's hastily drawn escape routes, or those scattered ideas about celestial movements in that worn scroll. The thought of escaping not just from the arena, but also from the burden of always being on lingers like a promise. Though your eyes may be fixed on this small sanctuary, they're not completely cut off from the world beyond these walls. There's a part of you that remains anchored to it. You continue sitting in silence as darkness gathers around and within, shadows deepening into alleys, sounds softening until only night itself provides background noise. In moments like this, suspended between awareness of your life within the arena and curiosity about what lies beyond, time feels almost tangible. It's a thing you can feel, but its edges are blurry. It has no sharp corners or defined shapes. The stillness is broken by the faint creaking of wooden door hinges from an adjacent courtyard, announcing someone else's evening routine. The sound carries on the gentle breeze that stirs through your alleyway sanctuary, reminding you there's a life happening all around. Your cup, now empty and discarded, sits beside the makeshift stool where it rested. Its presence serves as a reminder of how easily some moments become routines, comforting in their familiarity but also dulling to new experiences. Perhaps this evening is an invitation for your mind to wander further down paths you've never fully explored, into realms both familiar and unknown. The soft creaking of doors continues, the distant sounds blending with the muffled hooting of owls as night deepens its hold on Rome. In these moments when darkness gathers around, it feels like time stretches out before you, inviting exploration but also holding within it secrets that remain unspoken, much like the silence between words spoken in a familiar language. You're left sitting quietly amidst this evening's gentle stirrings, listening to distant sounds and feeling the weight of your own life within these walls. A life where daily routines are intertwined with gladiatorial duties, but also marked by moments of quiet contemplation. The world beyond is shrouded in darkness now, yet its presence is felt through every creaking door and muffled conversation that drifts into this alleyway sanctuary. As night deepens further, your gaze returns to Gaius's map pinned beneath the scroll, a reminder of what lies just beyond these familiar streets. Though time may feel fluid here in the stillness, it has edges sharp enough to remind you of responsibilities left unfulfilled and paths not yet taken. The world outside is vast and mysterious, yet within these walls, life unfolds as part of an intricate dance between known routines and unknown possibilities. In this blend of darkness gathering outside and shadows growing long on the alleyway's walls, your thoughts drift back to Gaius, his hastily drawn map now a tangible symbol of what lies beyond familiar routines. Though the night holds its secrets close, it feels almost as if time itself is an ally in moments like these. For within the stillness and darkness, there's room for contemplation on paths yet unexplored. As you remain seated amidst this evening's gentle stirrings, with Gaius's map a constant reminder of what lies beyond your familiar streets, it feels as if night itself is an invitation to wander further into realms both known and unknown. The world outside may be shrouded in darkness, yet its presence is felt through every creaking door and muffled conversation that drifts into this alleyway sanctuary. In the silence of evening's descent upon Rome, your thoughts turn once more to Gaius. His hastily drawn escape roots a tangible symbol of what lies beyond familiar routines. Though time may feel fluid here in the stillness, it has edges sharp enough to remind you of responsibilities left unfulfilled and paths not yet taken. As night deepens further, casting long shadows across your alleyway sanctuary, your gaze remains fixed on Gaius's map, a tangible reminder that there's more beyond these familiar streets. In moments like this, when darkness gathers outside and within, amidst the soft creaking of doors and muffled conversations carried by evening breezes, it feels as though time itself holds secrets close but also offers them to those willing to listen. The world is vast and mysterious, yet within these walls, life unfolds as part of an intricate dance between known routines and unknown possibilities. Though night may hold its secrets close, it's almost as if the stillness invites contemplation on paths yet unexplored, a reminder that even in moments of quiet, there's always room for growth. Your cup has long been empty. You've set it down beside the makeshift stool where it rested earlier. The presence serves as a reminder of how easily some moments become routines, comforting in their familiarity, but also dulling to new experiences. Perhaps this evening is an invitation to wander further into realms both known and unknown, exploring paths not yet taken. The soft creaking of doors continues its gentle rhythm against the backdrop of night's descent upon Rome, a reminder that life happens all around you amidst alleys shrouded in darkness, but illuminated by distant sounds carried on evening breezes. The soft creaking of doors continues its gentle rhythm against the backdrop of night's descent upon Rome, a reminder that life happens all around you amidst alleys shrouded in darkness, but illuminated by distant sounds carried on evening breezes. You are walking down one such alley, your sandals making soft slapping noises on the worn stone pavement. Your destination is the Forum Romanum, where the city's elite gather to socialize and conduct their daily affairs under the light of oil lamps strung across the rooftops. As you navigate through the narrow passageway, the flickering shadows cast by these lanterns dance across your face like restless spirits trying to escape the confines of night. You turn a corner and suddenly find yourself standing before the imposing structure that is the Arch of Titus. Its grandeur is softened in this hour of twilight, when even its towering stone pillars seem to fade into the gathering darkness. But what catches your attention almost imperceptibly at first are the intricate carvings etched across the monument's facade. You draw closer, studying these bas-reliefs with a curious eye, depictions of Roman soldiers triumphant in battle, their spoils gathered around them like trophies on a festive day. Your gaze lingers longer than intended upon one particular panel, where four captives are shown being led away by victorious legionnaires, the faces they wear twisted into expressions both sad and subjugated. As you ponder these scenes of conquest and domination, Your mind begins to wander back in time to when this very monument was first erected. You imagine the joyous crowds that gathered at its unveiling ceremony, the cacophony of music, laughter, and cheering filling the air as Emperor Titus himself declared his grand achievement before the assembled masses. But for now, you are here alone under the fading light of night, a solitary figure amidst an ocean of stone and shadow. The world seems to have shrunk down to this single point where your feet stand planted on ancient earth, a place so steeped in history that even its silence carries weighty significance. You take a moment more to study those carvings, the fine details rendered with such mastery by long-forgotten artisans now lost in time. The faces of soldiers and captives alike seem frozen forever, their lives locked within stone as if suspended between two eternities, that which has passed into memory and that yet to come. As your thoughts meander through these distant eras, a nearby pedestrian steps into the arch's shadow, his footsteps interrupting the quiet reverie. He walks up beside you without greeting or comment, instead fixating upon some spot on Titus Monument where a chunk of stone is missing from one corner panel, an inconspicuous defect that blends almost seamlessly with its surroundings. You glance over at what he's staring at, your own eyes following the path his had taken. The patchwork repair work done to conceal this imperfection has been carried out so skillfully that it hardly catches attention unless you're looking for it specifically, much like a misplaced stone in an otherwise well-trodden path. Your gaze lingers on this peculiar incongruity, two sides of the same coin, where history's grand narrative and minute details exist side by side. The pedestrian beside you seems to be lost in contemplation too, his thoughts mirroring your own about how time weathers its marks, sometimes visibly, other times subtly. It is past midnight now, but a late-night crowd still mingles nearby, a huddle of citizens enjoying each other's company under the flickering light cast by oil lamps. You join this group without thinking, taking in their conversations, snippets about market prices for vegetables and gossip on whose daughter has recently married into an influential family. As you mingle with them, your senses become acutely aware of Rome's nocturnal soundscape, a symphony that ebbs and flows like the night itself, pulsing through the city. You find yourself caught up in their animated discussions, listening intently as they share stories about who knows what among this sea of anonymous faces. The hour wears on slowly but surely. It always does when you're immersed in conversation with strangers turned friends by chance gatherings under starry skies or flickering lamps within city walls. Before long, the soft creaking of doors returns to its gentle rhythm, signifying that night's hours are waning and dawn is not far behind. You say your goodbyes as people disperse, their conversations spilling out into alleys now deserted in anticipation of morning's light. Your own footsteps echo through empty passages until you find yourself once more at the edge of the Forum Romanum, where shadows cast by oil lamps have grown longer still, stretching like dark fingers across the stone pavement. Your thoughts return to that peculiar patchwork repair work on Titus Monument, how it stands as an unassuming reminder within Rome's grand history that not all is quite so neat or symmetrical. You take one last glance at this inconspicuous defect before continuing onward into morning's uncertain light, leaving behind the evening shadows where stories and histories blend together like sand trickling through a city's ancient veins. Your footsteps fade away as you disappear from view, just another silent presence among countless others who wander Rome in the hours of night, walking paths worn smooth by time and shared experiences beneath their feet. The flickering torches that line the path cast a warm glow on your feet as you walk back to your quarters. The night air carries the faint scent of olives and fresh bread wafting from nearby kitchens, mingling with the acrid smell of smoke from cooking fires. As you stroll, the sound of distant laughter and music drifts through the alleys, growing softer as you move away from the heart of Rome's entertainment district. You've had your fill of wine and conversation for tonight. It's time to rest. You turn a corner onto a narrower street, lined with simple apartments that rise like stacked crates above one another. Your own quarters are tucked between two larger buildings, accessible through a narrow doorway hidden behind a tattered awning. Inside, the air is stale but familiar, a mix of sweat and dust, overlaid by the faint tang of your Lannister's favorite herb, thyme. You shed your worn leather greaves on the floor, letting them clunk against each other with a satisfying weight before moving to the central hearth. The fire crackles softly as you add more wood, casting shadows that dance across the stone walls like restless spirits. Your stomach growls in response. It's been too long since dinner. You rummage through your small collection of dried goods, a few strips of salted meat, some stale bread crumbs, and manage to scrounge together enough for a meager meal. The taste is bland but satisfying as you chew slowly, savoring the dryness in your mouth. Outside, Rome stirs on. Night watchmen call out their rounds, distant dogs bark at unseen threats, and far-off torches cast flickering shadows across walls and streets. Your eyes begin to droop. It's been a long day of training, with its customary mix of tedium and physical exertion. You set aside your meal and take up the worn leather satchel that serves as both bedroll and personal effects. The familiar weight feels comforting in your hands, it's home. As you settle onto the straw pallet, your thoughts begin to wander back to the strange occurrences at the Ludus Magnus, Rome's premier gladiatorial school. You've heard whispers of games and events going unrecorded for 2 years now. AD 181 seems a lost era in Roman history. Some say it's an error on the stones themselves, while others believe the scribes simply got their dates mixed up. You recall stumbling upon that peculiar stone fragment during your last visit, weathered to a soft gray and etched with cryptic symbols. Aye, Cal. Mart, what does it mean? You've seen similar markings before, but they usually refer to specific days in the Roman calendar. This one looks out of place. If only you'd paid closer attention. Your mind drifts further into the past as your eyelids grow heavier. Memories begin to surface, your first time stepping onto a sandy arena, the sound of drums and trumpets still echoing within you. You're back among familiar faces, comrades who have shared bloodied noses and bruised egos with you. Time passes, night wears on, leaving behind an impenetrable darkness that stretches like a shroud across Rome's rooftops. Your breathing slows as your thoughts meander through half-forgotten encounters, the time you accidentally beheaded a wooden dummy in training, or when your Lannister let you win a game by sheer dumb luck. As exhaustion claims its due, the sounds of Rome outside grow softer still. Distant voices blend into murmurs, dogs fall silent as they sense their masters are asleep. Your own heartbeat slows to match the night's gentle rhythm, just another drop in the vast sea of slumbering Romans. Your dreams start to seep in like a cool breeze on a summer evening, Visions of sand and blood mix with your waking memories. The stone fragment reappears, its etched symbols pulsating as if trying to convey a message only you can hear. The flickering torches outside seem to wane, casting an eerie glow that dances across walls and shadows within the cramped room. Sleep claims its due, Rome's endless slumber takes over both yours and hers. In this quiet darkness, where the city itself appears suspended between light and night, your breathing becomes synchronized with the rhythmic beating of distant drums, a reminder you're not alone in this vast, sleeping metropolis. As your eyelids begin to close, memories continue their leisurely stroll through the realm of dreams, unrecorded games and forgotten dates slipping silently into the shadows, leaving behind only whispers of an era lost. And so, like Rome itself, you settle deeper into slumber, enveloped by darkness, surrounded by night, lulled by the slow heartbeat of this sleeping city. The moon casts its silvery glow over the forum's empty stalls, a faint beacon beckoning you to rise and explore. The city slumbers on, but your curiosity stirs, and you find yourself drawn to the largest market in ancient Rome, the Porta Magliana slave auction. You wander through the quiet streets, the soft crunch of gravel beneath your feet echoing off the buildings. As you approach the forum, the scent of fresh bread wafts from a nearby bakery, mingling with the earthy smell of horse manure and the sweet tang of fruit from the nearby market stalls. The air is heavy with the promise of morning's warmth. The Porta Magliana slave auction lies just beyond the forum's grandeur, its unassuming entrance tucked between two imposing stone buildings. You push open the door, and a warm breeze carries you into the dimly lit interior. Shelves stacked high with jars of olive oil, wine jugs, and neatly bundled cloth line the walls, casting long shadows across the floor. You notice an elderly vendor, his face creased by years of sun and wind, arranging a display of fresh fish on a nearby stall. His hands move deftly, as if guided by habit rather than thought. The scent of salt water and seaweed clings to him, mingling with the faint aroma of sweat and leather. As you watch, a young slave girl enters the market, her dark hair neatly braided and adorned with a small wooden comb. She moves with an air of quiet confidence, navigating between the crowded stalls with ease. Her eyes scan the vendors' wares, taking in each new sight with a practiced gaze. You can almost see her mentally weighing the merits of each item against their prices. You continue your exploration of the market, passing by vendors selling everything from intricately woven baskets to beautifully crafted wooden spoons. Each stall seems to vibrate with its own unique energy. Some radiate an air of quiet confidence, while others exude a more anxious sense of competition. Beyond the stalls, you notice a large stone pedestal standing proudly in the center of the market. A small inscription etched into its surface reads Porta Magliana Slave Auction, though this seems to be the only label affixed to it. The stone itself appears unassuming enough, roughly hewn and slightly weathered by time. You approach the pedestal, running your hand over its worn surface. As you do so, a faint memory surfaces within you, one of an early morning conversation with a fellow gladiator about this very market. He spoke of how this auction served as both spectacle and business transaction, where buyers might come to purchase new additions for their households or estates. You move on from the pedestal, continuing your meandering exploration of the market stalls. The sounds around you, vendors' calls, shoppers haggling, the soft clinking of coins being exchanged, blend together into a soothing background hum. Your wanderings eventually bring you to a stall situated near one corner of the market. This vendor sells an assortment of goods. Used cloaks, worn sandals, and secondhand tunics hang from hooks on the walls or are piled haphazardly in baskets. The air around this stall is thick with the scent of old wool and sweat. A young woman, likely a local seamstress or laundress, sits cross-legged beside her wares, sorting through a pile of recently acquired fabric scraps. Her fingers move deftly as she folds each piece into neat squares for storage. She looks up to catch your eye, her expression open but wary. You can almost sense the weight of past experiences bearing down upon her. The market sounds and smells continue to envelop you, slowing your pace until it becomes almost meditative. You find yourself lost in the rhythms of this place, vendors calling out their daily specials, shoppers haggling over prices, children chasing each other through the crowded stalls with laughter carrying on the breeze. The scent of fresh bread wafts through the air, carried by a gentle breeze that stirs the leaves on the nearby trees. You breathe it in deeply, feeling your senses come alive as you navigate through the crowded marketplace. You weave past vendors calling out their daily specials, fresh fish from the Tiber, and just pressed olives, only a few coins per jar, as shoppers haggle over prices with good-natured persistence. Children chase each other through the stalls, their laughter carrying on the breeze like the sweet song of birds. You stop in front of a small stall selling fresh flowers, running your fingers over the delicate petals of a particularly vibrant bloom. The vendor, an elderly woman named Aurelia, smiles up at you and asks if you'd like to purchase some for your hair or home altar. You smile back and decline, instead asking her about her latest shipment from Campania. Aurelia's eyes light up as she begins to tell the story of how she carefully selected each bunch herself, negotiating prices with the farmers in the dead of night when the sun wasn't too harsh on their faces. She shows you a particularly beautiful bouquet, one that caught your eye earlier but didn't have time for until now. As you inspect it closer, the vendor mentions something about her niece being part of a local gladiatorial training program, just like those women who fight in the arena, she says with a wink, nodding discreetly towards the nearby gym where you can hear the sound of sparring and grunting from within. You're intrigued by this tidbit and ask Aurelia more about her niece's experience. It turns out that many young women are now training alongside men for gladiatorial combat in various parts of Rome. An interesting shift, given the historical narrative that often portrays female gladiators as rare or exceptional exceptions rather than part of a larger cultural trend. You start to ponder what this might mean in terms of societal attitudes towards violence and athleticism among women. You continue on your way through the market, stopping at various stalls for snacks, sampling olives from one vendor who offers you his best selection in exchange for a few words about their new shipment, purchasing a warm loaf of bread from another that has just been freshly baked. The smell of baking wafts up to greet you as you lift it out of its basket. Bread is an essential part of Roman daily life. People eat it at every meal, often accompanied by olive oil and wine. You can see families sharing a single loaf on the way home from market, tearing off chunks with their fingers or using a small knife to divide it up evenly. As you walk further into town, you notice that many of these vendors are women themselves, widows, daughters-in-law, sisters working alongside their brothers and husbands in family-owned businesses. Some have clearly learned skills passed down through generations. The way Aurelia carefully wraps each bouquet with a strip of linen to keep it fresh during transport. Another vendor expertly arranging her display case with an almost surgical precision. The sound of hammering carries from behind you, growing louder as you turn towards the nearby workshops where artisans are hard at work. A young apprentice is struggling with his task, having trouble shaping the metal into a decent sword hilt, something that requires patience and practice to master. His instructor, a grizzled old veteran named Marcellus who has fought in countless battles himself, patiently guides him through it. You stop for a moment at the edge of their workshop, listening as they discuss techniques learned from generations past. Remember how grandfather always said you want a good balance point. And no. Not like that. It's all about subtle tension. Their conversation flows easily back and forth between master and apprentice, each one building on what the other says. Just beyond their workshop lies an alleyway filled with artisans' wares. Tools for masons and stonecutters line the walls alongside wooden carvings of household items like door handles and decorative figurines. You wander down this passage, tracing your fingers over intricate patterns etched into a beautifully crafted wooden stool, or admiring delicate glass vases made from scraps of discarded wine jugs. Some vendors sit quietly amidst their displays, eyes closed as they concentrate on the work in front of them, shaping tiny ceramic animals for sale at nearby street stalls, hammering delicate metal filigree onto intricately carved jewelry settings. Others stand proudly behind their creations, eager to show potential customers how each piece was crafted with love and care. You pause in front of a particularly talented silversmith named Rufus, who's working on an intricate brooch adorned with tiny gemstones that catch the sunlight streaming through the alleyway. As he polishes it with a soft cloth, you notice something peculiar. His apprentice is actually wearing one just like this around their neck. You ask Rufus about how these pieces are made and what inspired him to create them in such detail. He leans back against his workbench, looking reflective for a moment before launching into an animated tale of traveling the empire as a young man and seeing exotic wares on display at various markets. Inspiration struck me like thunder when I saw those gemstones reflecting off one particular brooch. As Rufus continues to tell you about his travels and designs, you find yourself lost in thought. How many other artisans are inspired by their journeys across the empire? What kinds of stories do they carry back home with them? You continue walking through Rome's winding streets, taking in sights both grand, imposing temples rising above the cityscape, bustling public spaces like theaters where patrons gather to listen to orators and actors perform. You also notice smaller details that catch your eye. Children playing near an intricately carved fountain, a young couple sharing a picnic under the shade of nearby olive trees. Eventually, you come upon one such spot, a small courtyard nestled between two imposing stone buildings, with beautifully maintained gardens filled with carefully pruned topiaries and colorful flowers. A group of friends are sitting on wooden benches placed around an elaborately decorated public fountain that seems almost like a work of art in its own right. One young woman catches your eye as she stands up to refill her wine cup from the nearby jug. It's clear she belongs here, moving easily between conversation and laughter with these others. You notice something peculiar, though. Her muscles are toned. Scars run across her arms where armor might have chafed against skin during battles. You take a seat on an empty bench near them, listening as they discuss everything from politics to entertainment, gossip about the latest performances at Rome's theaters, talk of new public works projects and imperial initiatives. The atmosphere is relaxed yet lively, with friends interjecting humorous observations or asking pointed questions in response to each other. The young woman notices your interest and introduces herself. I'm Livia, a Retiarius here, one who fights with the net. She shows you her scars more openly now that we've established common ground. You learn about her time spent training alongside men, how she's built up endurance for combat through rigorous exercise routines. Livia mentions something surprising as well. Some women even become gladiators voluntarily, not just because they're forced to like my mother was. She explains this in more detail when asked, speaking about a trend where women seek out the opportunity to fight professionally due to economic necessity or personal ambition. It seems that many have taken up arms for various reasons, some seeking fame and fortune, others simply wanting to provide support for their families. You listen intently as Livia recounts her stories, trying not to draw attention away from your new friend by asking too many questions at once, though curiosity gets the better of you sometimes. The group's friendly chatter flows easily around this conversation, each member sharing anecdotes and offering words of encouragement as needed. The sun begins its descent towards evening now, casting long shadows across these courtyard gardens where flowers still bloom despite being near walls that shelter against harsh summer heat waves during peak seasons like August when temperatures soar above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. The sun's gentle slope across the sky signals the start of evening, a time when even the most hardened gladiators like you can finally lay down their arms and rest. The courtyard gardens, once bustling with activity as trainers prepared for tomorrow's games, now empty out slowly as workers pack up tools and equipment. You notice an old stone pedestal in one corner, weathered from years of exposure to the elements. A small inscription on its side catches your eye. Imperator Constantine, 327 AD. Well, the date seems. You've been told that you're living through a tumultuous time for Rome, with Emperor Commodus reigning supreme and his popularity waning by the day. As you ponder this discrepancy, you hear the sound of footsteps approaching from behind the nearby fountain. A young water bearer emerges, carrying a large clay jug on her shoulder. As she greets you warmly, Salve. How's your day been? You smile politely, still mulling over that stone pedestal and its mysterious date. The water bearer sets down her jug beside a small bench and begins to pour cool liquid into a nearby bucket. The scent of fresh mint wafts up from the jug as she wipes sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. A hot day today, she says, glancing at you over her shoulder. You nod in agreement, feeling the warmth seep into your muscles as you stretch after spending hours practicing swordplay earlier this morning. Your stomach growls, reminding you that it's almost time for dinner. A simple but satisfying meal of bread and vegetables will soon be served to the entire ludus. As you watch the water bearer work, you notice how skillfully she uses her jug to scoop out small quantities of water into each bucket without spilling a single drop. Her hands move with practiced ease, a testament to years of experience in this role. The courtyard silence is broken by a faint clinking sound coming from one side. A group of gladiators are gathering for dinner, chatting quietly among themselves as they wait for the food to arrive. Among them stands Marcus Aurelius, a sturdy secutor with scars above his eyebrow and on his left cheek, battle wounds that he's earned over many years in the arena. Marcus catches your eye and raises an eyebrow in greeting before turning back to conversation with another fighter nearby. You feel a twinge of curiosity about what they're discussing, but know better than to interrupt their private conversations. The water bearer now heads towards you, jug still slung over her shoulder as she says, "You must be hungry. Dinner's almost ready, I'll go help set the table." She smiles kindly and takes a few steps back before turning around to rejoin your fellow gladiators in the courtyard. As dinner is served, the sound of clinking dishes fills the air. Everyone gathers at the tables arranged near the fountain, with you finding yourself seated beside Marcus Aurelius once again. You take note of how carefully he eats his food, almost as if studying it before finally taking a bite, and wonder what's on his mind. Marcus is quiet for most of dinner, but does start up an animated conversation when someone mentions the upcoming games in Rome, scheduled to commemorate Commodus' latest victory over some barbarian tribe. You listen intently while eating your own simple meal, bread dipped into olive oil with a few leaves of lettuce and onions sprinkled on top. The talk turns more lighthearted as you finish dinner. Jokes fly back and forth among the gladiators, who tease each other good-naturedly about their prospects in the arena. Even Marcus joins in occasionally, his serious expression softening ever so slightly when he laughs at a well-timed jest. One of your fellow fighters mentions that an elderly Lanista from another ludus has been spotted walking around Rome, someone you've seen before during visits to town for supplies or on rare occasions off-duty. Rumors have it this particular trainer is not above taking on any type of fighter, no matter how inexperienced they may be. Marcus leans in closer and says quietly, word is he's looking for a new secutor to join his ludus. He looks around the table before continuing in an undertone, some folks say he's connected with certain officials at court who have preferences when it comes to gladiators. The group falls silent momentarily as they finish their meals and wait for dessert, which usually consists of fruit or cheese. Marcus leans back against his chair now that dinner is finished, hands clasped behind his neck in a relaxed pose. His eyes seem distant, lost in thought. Perhaps he's considering this Lannister's offer and weighing the pros of switching to a new ludus. You recall how many experienced fighters have chosen to move to different training grounds over the years, usually seeking better living conditions or simply hoping for more opportunities in combat. Marcus returns to reality as his name is called by one of their fellow gladiators, who needs help carrying the food jugs back inside. As Marcus gets up and walks towards them, he pats you on the shoulder with a friendly smile before saying something under his breath about needing some exercise after eating too much bread. The evening wears on as more fighters arrive to join in dinner conversation. Tales of adventures both within Rome's walls and outside its boundaries being shared around tables, until it grows dark enough for torches to be lit. Outside, the stars begin their slow procession across the midnight sky above. You remain seated with a small cup of wine in front of you, watching Marcus disappear into the crowd as he heads off on some other business. perhaps talking over potential career moves, or just enjoying his post-dinner stretch outside under moonlight. Whatever it is, tonight seems like an evening filled with ordinary routines for gladiators. Later that night, once everyone has retired to their quarters and quieted down, you can't shake the feeling of unease when your mind drifts back to that stone pedestal, its date causing a strange disquiet within you now. The flickering torches have been extinguished for hours now, and an eerie silence has settled over the ludus. You're lying on your narrow pallet, trying to calm your mind with slow breaths as the darkness wraps itself around you like a shroud. The faint scent of sweat and worn leather still lingers in the air, but it's almost imperceptible tonight. As you drift towards sleep, your thoughts keep returning to that stone pedestal, its date lingering in the shadows like an unwelcome guest. You can't help wondering what other secrets might be hidden within those crumbling stones. What if? No, don't go down that path now. Focus on the softness of the pallet beneath you. Your eyes are heavy with fatigue as they start to close, but not before catching a glimpse of Gaius's profile in the dim light. He's lying across from you, his chest rising and falling with each slow breath. His eyelids flutter open for an instant, and he catches your gaze. A faint smile flickers on his lips before he nods almost imperceptibly, releasing you back into the darkness. The air inside the ludus has grown stale tonight. A mixture of sweat, oil, and worn fabric hangs heavy over everything like a damp fog. You can feel it settling in your lungs as you exhale slowly, trying to let go of all thoughts but one, sleep. Your mind wanders back to that stone pedestal again, this time focusing on the date rather than its cryptic significance. 85 AD, it looks old even now, worn by countless storms and forgotten anniversaries. What if? No, not tonight. Let it be for another day. Instead, you let your gaze drift towards Gaius's still form once more. His breathing has slowed to almost nothing, a gentle hum that seems to match the lullaby of crickets outside. The night air carries their faint chirping on its breeze, an insistent reminder of life beyond these cold stone walls. Your own eyelids grow heavy with sleep now, and your thoughts start to unravel like loose threads in an old cloak. Gaius's face blurs into the shadows as you drift further away from consciousness. But just before succumbing completely, a memory surfaces, the bizarre custom at the end of every tournament. It takes place after the last bout has ended, when all is said and done, or rather, when everything is over save for one final act. The games may be finished, but there's still time for one more peculiar tradition to unfold. Gaius stirs slightly as you move your head, his eyes flickering open once again. You exchange a nod of recognition. It means something in the silence between them. The games have concluded for another day now, even though you're not exactly sure what happened during those few hours when your mind was elsewhere. It feels like an eternity ago that the last fighter fell or rose from their feet, and with each passing moment since then, a growing sense of unease settles over everything, especially within yourself. But tonight is about sleep now, not thoughts of past tournaments nor speculation on what might come next week. Tonight it's simply about surrendering to darkness. Your gaze falls on Gaius once more before slowly losing focus as the shadows deepen around you. In this quiet, you let go and release your breath, feeling weight settle onto your chest heavy with sleep. The air stirs slightly outside. A gentle breeze carries in the faint scent of jasmine, but it's quickly lost among other odors lingering within these cold walls. Your breathing has slowed now, almost matching Gaius's own soft rhythm across from you. And slowly, as if being pulled by unseen forces, your thoughts become less distinct. The darkness becomes a more tangible thing, enveloping everything with an oppressive calm that promises rest at last. Outside the ludus, night sounds weave in and out of each other. Crickets chirping softly, distant dog barks fading into silence once again, leaves rustling against branches under unseen breezes. All is quiet save for these gentle whispers from beyond the stone walls. Within those very same walls, you try to let go. Your eyelids grow heavy with sleep, so much like lead weights dragging down your gaze towards the floor below. Gaius's chest rises and falls, his breathing almost imperceptible now as he too succumbs to slumber. The air in this place feels dense tonight, more weighed down by all unspoken things than you can ever remember. And yet with each passing moment it seems lighter somehow, a burden shared among countless shoulders. Until there's nothing left save the soft breathing of those around you. As your mind drifts further away from what passes for reality within these walls, memories resurface, some distant and hard to recall, while others sear themselves into your thoughts like brands on iron. Tonight is about peace, a fleeting dream suspended between past events and future possibilities. Your gaze lingers on Gaius's profile one last time before the darkness claims everything. In this silence so absolute it seems almost tangible, you try to quiet the nagging questions still lurking in your mind. What lies beyond those stone walls? And what exactly is that mysterious custom at the end of each tournament? But tonight, like countless nights past and yet to come, holds only one certainty: rest. Your breathing slows further. Sleep claims everything as if carried away on waves of exhaustion. And so, for now, let go. The moon casts a silver glow over the city of Rome, its gentle light illuminating the sleeping forms of the gladiators within their dormitories. You are lying on your own narrow bed, surrounded by the soft murmur of snores and the occasional rustle of blankets. In the darkness, you feel a faint scratchiness beneath your skin, the residue of last night's battle still clinging to your body like an unwelcome guest. The Lanista, Marcus Atticus, had declared victory over the day's opponents, but even the winners couldn't escape their demons. As you drift off into sleep, memories begin to seep into your mind like sand trickling through an hourglass, moments from past battles that still lingered within you. A memento of a particularly brutal match now resting on the windowsill catches your eye. A small wooden figurine of Minerva, her helmet and sword weathered by time. Next to it lies the worn leather journal belonging to Gaius, a fellow gladiator who had fought alongside Marcus Atticus in countless bouts. The entries are sparse but poignant, each one recounting an incident that left him shaken or bruised in some way. As you flip through its yellowed pages, your fingers brush against his sketches of everyday life. The rows of market stalls, the busy streets teeming with merchants and traders. On a page marked 28th day of September, Gaius had scribbled about his encounter with a vendor named Lucius who sold overpriced bunches of grapes. The entry reads, "Walked into his stall yesterday and I swear he was expecting me to buy something from him. like it's a foregone conclusion that a gladiator will fork out extra sestertii for an inferior product just because he looks at you with those knowing eyes, as if we're all somehow complicit in this charade. The recollection of Gaius' encounter brings back the scent of fresh bread wafting through the narrow alleys, mingling with the acrid smell of cheap wine from a nearby tavern. Your stomach growls softly, anticipating breakfast. Marcus Atticus appears beside you now, his worn tunic a testament to countless battles and the weight of responsibility that lies on his shoulders. He carries a clay pot filled with lukewarm porridge, its surface dotted with oil from the olive groves north of Rome. Yeet, he says quietly, handing it over. You take a spoonful, feeling the familiar lumpiness between your teeth as you chew. The Lanista watches you eat, his eyes scanning for signs of fatigue or any underlying health issues that might hinder performance in future matches. Marcus Atticus had arrived at this post many years ago, when Rome was still reeling from its first clashes with Parthia, and the Republic's power structure needed bolstering through the prestige of gladiatorial victories. In those early days, he trained a legion of young men who would go on to become legendary fighters, their names etched into history alongside some of the most celebrated victors. The sounds of morning begin to seep in, distant clanging from the blacksmith's forge nearby, children laughing as they chase one another through the streets. Marcus Atticus clears his throat, breaking the silence. Today is a training day. We'll be heading out soon for conditioning drills and practice matches. You set aside your porridge bowl, feeling somewhat refreshed after the brief respite of sleep. Gaius' journal still lies open on the windowsill. You pick it up to continue reading. A particular entry catches your attention. I found myself wandering through the forum today during a rare break from training, saw an elderly woman hawking her wares, old vases and whatnots. I felt drawn to them for some reason, probably because she was selling broken trinkets as if they were still worth something in this world. Gaius had wandered into the market stalls that morning, not just buying unnecessary items, but also people watching, observing how ordinary Romans interacted with one another amidst their daily routines. As you close Gaius' journal and store it safely away, Marcus Atticus gestures for you to follow him out of your dormitory. Come, he says quietly, leading the procession into a new day filled with training exercises, battles won or lost, and perhaps, just possibly, moments that will become etched in memory forever. You step outside into morning's soft light, feeling its gentle warmth on your skin as you join the other gladiators heading towards their daily routines. The world seems to be slowly waking up around you. Vendors setting out their wares, children playing tag near the city gate, and somewhere far off, perhaps beyond the walls of Rome itself, a new day is beginning. The air carries with it whispers from yesterday's battles still fresh in your mind, an unfamiliar name muttered during a skirmish, the clashing metal sounds reverberating through a crowded arena, or perhaps a single phrase spoken by Gaius, lingering long after he'd left for his final battle. The faint scent of olives and wine still lingers on your skin from last night's dinner with Gaius. You remember the way he smiled when you asked for a second helping of panis focacius, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he said, "Not so much, my friend." The sound of clinking cups and low conversation still echoes in your mind. As you settle into bed, the creaking wooden frame seems to groan in unison with your yawn. Your muscles feel a bit stiffer today from yesterday's training session with Marcus Atticus, But the ache is familiar now, a comforting companion on days when fatigue threatens to overwhelm you. Marcus' stern expression still haunts your memory, his voice barking out commands as he inspected your stance and footwork. You recall his precise corrections. Shift your weight more evenly, keep your sword arm straighter, no unnecessary lunges. His sharp tongue may have left its mark on your psyche, but it also made you a better fighter. You've been wondering about Marcus' own past. Perhaps the stories he shares over cups of Mulsum would reveal secrets of his own battles. Does he remember every opponent, every blow traded? Or do those memories fade like embers in winter's chill? Marcus is known for being one of the most demanding trainers in Rome, but also one who demands respect from his pupils. His reputation precedes him. Marcus Atticus will break you, they say, not to destroy, but to remake. To turn raw material into battle-hardened steel. The morning sun casts a warm glow through your window's shutter slats, illuminating the faint scratches on your battered shield hanging against the wall. Those dents tell stories of their own, battles fought and won, perhaps lost, comrades made and parted ways with. You've heard whispers about Marcus' methods being unorthodox, pushing pupils to exhaustion, testing limits until they snap. But results speak for themselves. Many a gladiator has entered the arena under his tutelage, emerged victorious, and returned home as champions or legends in their own right. Marcus himself doesn't seem to indulge in idle chatter about past victories. Instead, he focuses on honing technique, dissecting each blow with surgical precision. He sees no difference between training a novice like yourself and the seasoned veterans who have fought alongside you. Every gladiator deserves attention to detail. A memory stirs within your mind. Marcus examining a young fighter's stance during practice, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinizes even the slightest imperfections. You watched from nearby, mesmerized by how intently he studied each pupil, searching for those infinitesimal flaws that could cost lives later on. Every gesture of his spoke volumes. There was no room for complacency under his eye. Marcus is often said to be a master at reading people, their strengths and weaknesses, the rhythm of their swings and parries, even their mental state before stepping into combat. Some claim he can sense fear in an opponent's step, predict every feint or riposte from years of experience. It must be exhausting to bear that weight, always attuned to your surroundings, assessing threats with a gladiator's instincts honed by battle and training alike. His duties go beyond instructing you. He also mentors more seasoned fighters who have been in the arena for seasons longer than you've lived. As morning breaks outside, birds start their daily serenade, trilling from treetop to rooftop as they greet another Roman dawn. Your thoughts drift back to Marcus. Perhaps this is his cue to begin a new training session, one that will challenge even your most seasoned comrades. How many hours does he spend honing individual skills? The exact number might be lost in the haze of history's mists. Marcus has trained countless gladiators over the years. Some have entered the arena with great fanfare and exited to public adoration or ignominious defeat. Yet beneath all this glory lies a more mundane truth. Every pupil requires individualized attention, not just for their combat prowess, but also in understanding what drives them. Fear of failure, love of victory, loyalty to comrades. In any case, Marcus' reputation precedes him. Many young gladiators live and breathe by his mantra. Toughness is forged from discipline. As a novice, you've witnessed how tirelessly he works behind the scenes, sometimes in relative obscurity, often against the backdrop of packed arenas where fame hangs precariously. Your thoughts return to Marcus as morning's chill begins to dissipate. His role as trainer transcends mere human skills. It involves an unwavering commitment to perfection, no matter what arena life brings next. The worn sole of a Roman sandal lies on your palm, its creased surface telling tales of countless miles walked beneath the scorching sun. The leather has grown soft and supple from years of service to its owner, a veteran gladiator named Marcellus. As you hold it, the faint scent of sweat and dust rises, transporting you back to the bustling streets of Rome. Marcellus' sandals have been his constant companion since he first stepped into the arena as a novice, their sturdy straps binding his feet firmly in place for each grueling match. Over time, the leather has darkened from its original rich brown hue, taking on a deep amber color that seems to glow with an inner warmth. The creases etched across its surface tell stories of battles fought and won, losses suffered and lessons learned. As you continue to hold the sandal, your fingers tracing the intricate patterns woven into its sole, you notice something peculiar, a small inscription etched along the edge. Anno III Felix Optimo, it reads, in letters that seem almost too fine for their age. What if this is more than just a random marking? Perhaps it's a code hidden within the seemingly innocuous text. The phrase Felix Optimo translates to good luck best, or possibly even to the favored one. Was Marcellus particularly favored by his Lanista, the owner and trainer of gladiators in Roman times? Or was this more than just a wish, but rather an affirmation of his own destiny? You're not sure where to begin your investigation into this mystery. The inscription could be nothing more than a token from a past victory, left behind as a keepsake for Marcellus' comrades or even himself. Perhaps it's connected to some larger tradition among gladiators, though you've never come across such an expression before. One thing is certain, in the midst of battle, when adrenaline courses through your veins and every movement counts, you wouldn't notice a small inscription on your sandal. Unless, unless there was more significance attached than initially meets the eye. In Marcellus' quarters within the Ludus Magnus, Rome's largest gladiatorial training school, the air is thick with the scent of cooking oil and roasting meat. The sound of sizzling flesh drifts through the corridors, mingling with the murmur of conversation among fellow trainers. Amidst this bustle, you find yourself lost in thought as you ponder the secrets hidden within that inscription. Marcellus himself lies on a nearby pallet, fast asleep after another long day's training. His breathing is steady and even, but his expression is troubled. Perhaps he too has concerns about an upcoming bout or some other pressing matter weighing heavily upon him. Your gaze drifts to the small table beside Marcellus' bed, where you notice two objects, a worn wooden comb and a nearby water jug nearly empty from its contents. It's said that Roman gladiators went to great lengths to maintain their appearance, not merely for vanity, but also as an expression of respect towards their Lanista and the public at large. As you watch Marcellus sleep, his chest rises with each breath while his hair falls across the pillow in a tangled mess, awaiting its owner's touch. The comb on the table seems almost out of place amidst this rugged atmosphere, as if trying to impose order upon chaos. The sound of laughter drifts through from another part of the ludus magnus, followed by hushed whispers that grow gradually quieter until they fade away altogether. For a moment, all remains still in Marcellus' quarters except for your own gentle breathing and the soft hum of an unseen fly buzzing around the room's periphery. Later, as you continue to ponder the mystery surrounding Felix Optimo, memories flood back from countless hours spent within these walls. Marcellus struggles during training, his fierce determination in combat, and even a few instances when he managed to crack a smile amidst all this brutality. You remember how Roman gladiators would often gather after matches for impromptu celebrations, singing, dancing, or simply laughing together as comrades in arms. It's late at night now. The sounds within the ludus magnus have grown muffled, mostly confined to hushed conversations and distant snores from fellow trainers. You're still deep in thought about that sandal inscription when Marcellus stirs on his pallet, opens one eye half slumberously, catches sight of you holding it, and frowns. Lost something? He asks gruffly, voice roughened by fatigue, but betraying no hint of suspicion at your strange fixation with the footwear. His eyes narrow as if questioning what this could possibly be about, or perhaps merely concerned that his own personal belongings are being handled so meticulously. You hesitate for a moment before offering Marcellus the sandal. He inspects it briefly, then passes it back to you without comment, turning over onto his side and settling into an uneasy slumber once more. The hours slip by in silence. Moonlight filters through narrow windows high above, casting long shadows across the floorboards as if searching for hidden pathways or secret messages left behind. The soft hum of crickets provides a lullaby to the sleepy world outside, while you remain lost in thought about that enigmatic inscription and its significance within Marcellus' life. Your gaze drifts back to the comb on the table, then returns to Marcellus himself, now fast asleep amidst dreams no doubt filled with battles won or lost. For a moment, time stands still as your breath syncs up perfectly with his own gentle rise and fall pattern. As you settle into your makeshift pallet of straw and wool, lulled by the gentle rise and fall pattern of your companion's breathing, a faint scent wafts through the air, the sweet aroma of fresh mint mixed with the acrid tang of last night's wine. The dim glow of candles casts flickering shadows on the walls as you drift towards sleep. In this quiet corner of Rome, where the city's din and chaos seem to fade away, even the most hardened gladiators can't help but surrender to the allure of slumber. Your weary body begins to relax, muscles uncoiling like a released spring, as your mind starts to unwind its tangles of worry and doubt. In this peaceful reprieve from the arena's brutality, you are not alone in seeking solace in sleep. Even the most seasoned Lannister trainers who specialize in coaching gladiators for combat have learned that rest is essential to their charge's performance. But what if I told you that these veterans of the sand and blood were also aware of a more profound connection between physical exhaustion, mental clarity, and the mysterious realm of dreams? In the dimly lit scriptorium where scrolls are copied by hand, an elderly scribe named Lucius is working late into the night. His eyes, red-rimmed from fatigue, strain to read the fine script as he inscribes another page with a quill dipped in ink made from the crushed berries of the mulberry tree. The air is thick with dust and the faint scent of parchment. As you watch Lucius work, his concentration broken only by an occasional yawn or scratch at his graying beard, it becomes clear that this man has spent countless hours poring over texts on health and wellness. And among these dusty tomes lies a surprising secret. Ancient Romans had an uncanny understanding of sleep disorders, an awareness that was rooted in their deep appreciation for the intricate balance between body and mind. You glance around your own quarters, taking in the modest furnishings, a small wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings, a worn leather satchel containing your few precious belongings. In this cramped space, it's easy to forget about the larger world beyond these stone walls. Yet within those same ancient texts that Lucius studied lies a wealth of knowledge on how the Romans addressed sleep-related issues. One such text, penned by the renowned physician Galen in the 2nd century AD, details various remedies for what would be recognized today as insomnia. According to his writings, Galen prescribed treatments ranging from herbal infusions and aromatherapy to exercise regimens designed to regulate the body's natural rhythms. For example, he recommended patients suffering from sleeplessness engage in vigorous physical activity immediately before retiring, not unlike a brisk walk around the ludus or an intense bout of swordplay. Now, as you settle deeper into your palate, you begin to feel your eyelids grow heavy once more. Your thoughts start to untangle themselves like threads being pulled from a ball of yarn. The soft rustle of straw beneath you and the distant lullaby of crickets outside the window conspire to transport you further away from the concerns that plague your waking hours. It's possible, even likely, that Galen himself drew upon earlier works when crafting his remedies for sleep disorders, works penned by physicians such as Celsus or Aretius. And within these ancient writings lies a testament not only to their understanding of human physiology, but also to the surprising overlap between seemingly disparate fields like medicine and philosophy. You're drifting now, carried on a tide of gentle fatigue towards dreamland. In this liminal realm where body and mind blur together, you become aware of the faint sound of dripping water somewhere in the distance, a soothing melody that's both calming and disorienting at once. As your breathing slows to match the rhythmic drips, memories begin to surface from the depths of your own psyche. Fragments of past battles, snatches of conversation with fellow gladiators, even half-remembered words from the scrolls you've read, all these pieces start to coalesce into a patchwork tapestry that's both familiar and disquieting. You know now that this is what Lucius would have called the somnium, the realm where reality blurs with fantasy, where one's deepest fears and desires are laid bare. And it's here, suspended between wakefulness and sleep, that you come face to face with your own vulnerabilities, those hidden corners of yourself that only reveal themselves when all else is quiet. For a moment, time stands still as you hover on the cusp of this somnium. The soft glow of candles seems to grow brighter, illuminating every nook and cranny within your mind's eye. And in this fleeting instant, before sleep claims its due and draws you deeper into its depths, it becomes clear that the secrets hidden within these ancient texts are not just the province of dusty scholars, but also hold a deep relevance for those who live on the margins like yourself. In the quiet hours before dawn breaks over Rome's sprawling landscape, when even the most hardened gladiators must confront their own mortality and frailty, it is here, in this liminal realm where body and mind blur together that you may find solace. Tonight you've traveled through the mist-shrouded streets of ancient Rome, where shadows danced upon the walls as gladiators prepared for battle in the ludus. You walked among the forgotten perfumes, their fragrance lingering like a distant memory on the breeze. The tides of history ebbed and flowed, revealing hidden secrets about what lived in your feet, even after you took them off at night. Distant fires cast flickering shadows on the walls as you witnessed debates over whether gladiators were truly real men. And in the silence of a day without wine, you felt the weight of an unthinkable conundrum. Throughout these wanderings, one thread weaves through it all, the resilience and adaptability that defined life as a Roman gladiator. Amidst the triumphs and tribulations, they found ways to survive, even thrive in a world of uncertainty. Their stories are a testament to the human spirit's capacity for endurance and creativity. If you'd like to keep exploring, you can gently tap like and subscribe so you don't miss the next journey. And if you feel awake enough, leave a comment and share where in the world you're listening from. Your thoughts will carry far on the wind, just as the memories of those ancient Romans have carried through time. As you drift toward sleep, let the details sink below the surface of thought. Let the dark and quiet take over like the stillness before dawn. Memories will remain hidden beneath the surface, waiting to resurface when needed. Time itself is a river that flows patiently on, carrying all things with it into the unknown. And as you surrender to the night's gentle grasp, remember that the earth remains steadfast, patient, and unchanging, while memories ebb and flow like the tides of time.